Ladies and gentlemen, we are here and we are live finally with the Nexus League $1,000 Kanto Cup. I'm Dragonite, I'm a co-owner of Antimatter Gaming, and we're excited to bring to you our first Pokemon Go Cup. Now, I'm joined by my counterpart, our Crocodile Dundee of Pokemon, if you will, Mr. PvP Steve. How are you doing this morning,
Uh,
Steve?
I'm doing really well. I'm doing really well. Because I am in the land down under. It is currently 3:30 in the morning, so obviously it's been an early start here. But I am very excited to see some real hard hitting action here today in the Kanto Cup. Uh, there's just so many good battlers in this tournament. So much hype is going to go on today. I'm just really excited.
Me too. And we've got, I think we saw on the Facebook page, I think we saw 85 contestants enrolled, and I think about 75 of them made it into the pools, fulfilling the Pokemon team registration requirements as well. And considering that this is our first go in Pokemon Go, that has been a wild showing for us. We do a lot of events in other titles. We do a lot of shooter titles. We do some strategy games, things like that. And we really wanted to branch out, not only to not pigeonhole our brand, but we think Pokemon Go as a community is severely under supported by tournament operators um, as a whole. And that's something that we really want to get behind. I mean, my Pokemon name might nod to that in some regard, but we have some amazing tournaments and tournament providers. We have like Sylph, we have Pokemon Stadium, we have the Team Rocket PvP guys, but comparatively to other scenes, this is kind of uncharted waters, I think. And we're really excited to hopefully show ourselves as a pillar of the community. And using you as a jumping off point, Steve, is a really great opportunity for us. So thank you for joining me today.
I mean, absolutely. I was definitely really excited to get invited to come on here. I was like, this is just a really big event for the Pokemon Go PvP community. Obviously, the more that we can kind of branch out, expand, show the world what Pokemon Go PvP really means, that's always a really good opportunity to have. So, really thankful that the Antimatter guys have kind of come in and said this is what we're going to do, and yeah, I'm just very thankful because I think everyone around definitely appreciates this coming in. And I mean, yeah, as I said before, it is sure to be an absolutely a hype event. Uh, and seriously, I cannot stress it enough. There are so many huge names in the Pogo scene that have
Hmm.
joined this tournament. There's, the likes of Speediest Chief, the likes of Valarash. We're going to see these guys later on, but it is just an insane level event in the Pokemon Go PvP community, to say the least.
Absolutely. And I was seeing a lot of enrollment. We saw some of the boys from the Rebel team. I believe Country Nerd is going to be in here. We've got some of the Mazer squad. Actually, I think a large majority of the Mazer squad is actually enrolled here as well. So a lot of the orgs that are also involved with Pokemon Go. And on that same foot, we actually do have word a couple players that you Pokemon Go mainstays may not be familiar with, and I won't name drop them. But there are a couple players in here that are most likely going to get first rounded that are close friends of mine that happen to own some other esports orgs that are looking to expand their rosters into Pokemon Go. They are here more so to feel out the competition rather than play and win themselves. But there are three or four other pro tier orgs that have teams in shooters and strategy games that are looking to expand their brand into the Pokemon Go scene off the backs of this tournament. So be watching. There's the Pirate Nation boys, the Rated R, and the Alpha Dog Esports, I know are three confirmed, and there's one unnamed that I'll leave. I'm not sure if he's in here yet or not, and I'll let him make himself known in the chat if that is going to be the case. But there are some big eyes. There are some big eyes, and that's something we're looking to bring to the Pokemon Go community is more attention on the players, more attention on the brands and the orgs, kind of all of it. This should be a team effort here, and I do want to pivot off of that. I'm excited this is a Kanto Cup. I was pretty dominant in suggesting, and of course, I'm a Dragonite, right? I'm a Gen 1 guy. Not exclusively. I love me all the Pokemon gens, but Gen 1 and 2 hold a special place in my heart. That was the coming of age of Pokemon for me when I was a youth. And I was the one who suggested the Kanto Cup here. Take me through for the viewers in the chat who are not necessarily Pokemon Go players, let alone maybe hardcore Pokemon players. We see a lot more normal types in Kanto Cup than we would really see kind of anywhere else. Can you break down kind of why for us that we would see that many of a type that others would consider, quote, like weak in this specific environment?
Yeah, sure. I mean, normal is one of those types that just kind of fits into so many different sort of Pokemon. So there's some Pokemon that are in Kanto, like Wigglytuff.
Hmm.
Wigglytuff is a Pokemon that originally, when it was first released, Fairy type didn't exist. Fairy type kind of came in
Right.
later. So it started off with the normal, and then when Fairy was introduced, they added that typing on. and then there's stuff like Clefable, who was originally normal as well, but then got shifted over to Pure Fairy as opposed to Wigglytuff, who is
Oh,
normal
yeah.
Fairy. Which I was originally going to say, like, oh, maybe they brought in Fairy type and then they didn't want to get rid of the normal type, but clearly that isn't the case because the Clefable did get turned over. But I
Mhm,
mean, it's normal, right? It's base. You can kind of expect it to be everywhere. There's a bunch of flying types that also have that normal typing. There's a
mhm,
bunch of just random Pokemon that are out there that also, like, just embody the normal type, like Lickitung. Lickitung just
mhm.
like a yeah. What other type you can say Lickitung's gonna be, right?
Right.
It's not gonna be a water type, not gonna be a grass type. It's just normal. It's your run of the mill. It is a pocket monster, right there.
Mhm.
So I think, yeah, normal is just one of those types that it's just kind of a mainstay. It's standard. It's vanilla.
Okay.
It is what it is, right?
Everybody likes vanilla ice cream, I'm here for that.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. I do think too it was important to note that one of the things that you and I were looking at, guys, Steve has been instrumental in educating me as a Pokemon Go competitor. I competed in the VGC and a little bit of the trading card game in my youth and did the VGC up through Generation 7. So I'm very competent in terms of what those are, so typings and matchups and things, but Pokemon Go has some aspects to it that don't tie directly into the VGC, whereas there's some mons that we would consider kind of weaker that are really powerhouses in this environment, and especially in this Kanto Cup, right? Even in the original generations of Pokemon, way back on the Game Boy Color, Wigglytuff wasn't really a main battler. We wouldn't really see that. We wouldn't see a Clefable, but we're seeing Lickitung, we're seeing Snorlax, we see Wigglytuff, we see a lot of these bulky normal types here. These guys that do considerable damage with their fast moves and are able to charge up power very quickly, but are also able to tank a lot more hits. And I think that's one of the other contributing reasons that we're going to see a lot of normal types in here. I'm curious, on the other hand, to see if we're going to get any of those fighting types, if people are going to call that normal type bluff, and we're going to be getting those Machamps in here, if we're going to get the weird Focus Blast, Hypno potentially. Um, and Hypno's another one to jump off of for me. I think,
Mm.
Steve, I'll let you elaborate on that one, but talk about a diverse move pool.
Oh, yeah, Hypno's just got a really diverse move pool. It's got all these elemental punches, thunder punch, fire punches, ice punches. Oh, but we are going now into round one with we're going right into it with Eevee. We've got the Shadow Machamp up against the Alolan Sandslash, which is an amazing matchup. Counter doing double super effective there. The opponent swapping into their Shadow Charizard, so we're seeing Eevee swap into Mew. Mew running that Mew set of Surf and Wild Charge, both doing a nice chunk of damage to Charizard here. Surf is definitely going to be really good, especially because Shadows take 20% more damage. So Surf will really do a lot of damage here, Dragonite.
Absolutely. And it looks like he's charging up both for that Wild Charge and that Surf. And Mew traditionally running, I believe, a Dark type fast move for Shadow Claw there. That shield is going to come into play. We're going to see Charizard use its Shadow Claw, but again, no damage is going to come through. Mew is able to block that. We're going to be going for a charge move on Mew as well, and that's going to be Surf. So you are going to have that incredible damage output if this is not blocked by a shield. Water typing attack, but there is the shield.
And we're seeing Mew going for the second charge move. Mew's already burnt both of their shields, so we're going to see if Charizard decides to do the same and burning their shield as well. They have both double shielded here, so it is just going to be a race to the charge move, and I think Charizard is going to win out here. Charizard going to be able to get to this Dragon Claw that will KO the Mew. I'm checking the notifications in the meantime, but this will take out the Mew, and then going to have to bring something in to deal with the rest of the Shadow Charizard. Neither of these Pokemon are really in a great spot. Shadow Machamp and Muck, both of them are going to be taking a bit of damage before being able to take it down, and it brings in the Muck. Muck is doing basically no damage with the Snarl and has to get to a charge move to take it out. And the CMP type, it looks like maybe they're going for a Snarl down, but Charizard is going to get one charge move off before going down here. And it is that Dragon Claw. It's not going to do too much.
That is still, I mean, considerable amount of damage considering that the opponent does have two full Pokemon in tow, really. Sandslash with a little bit of damage. We're going to be maybe looking to get that, it looks like the Dark Pulse is going to be thrown there. I agree with the damage output on this. No shields for either team left, and Muck is going to be able to throw that. The good news is for Eevee that we at least do have that Machamp that we're able to swap into, but they were able to call that, and he swapped into the Venusaur at the last second there. So Machamp, excuse me, is not able to get a considerable amount of extra damage, whereas he would have on the Alolan Sandslash.
And this is really interesting because Mark has a move ready in the back. It has a Dark Pulse ready to throw. So Machamp is, oh no, Machamp's going to get hit by a Frenzy Blade here. This is definitely going to take out the Machamp. And now Mark needs to take out both the Venusaur and the Alolan
Mm.
Sandslash. I just don't think it's going to be able to do it here. It's just far too low. Venusaur is going to be able to, oh, actually, Ooh, is able to KO the Venusaur with just Snarls, able to get this Dark Pulse off onto Alolan Sandslash. Is this going to be enough? If this is going to take it out, that's going to be GG's. But Alolan Sandslash only needs to get to one, like basically one fast move to take it out. One HP in a dream, and the Alolan Muck just able to take out the Alolan Sandslash, able to snarl down the Venusaur and take the win for EV2E there. That is absolutely incredible.
I
Wow.
am not a betting man, and that is exactly why. The deck was stacked against Eevee, and I had him taking that L. I mean, it's our job as casters, right, to talk the story. It is our job to articulate to the fans what's going on, but I would have been 100% in the wrong in that one. What a phenomenal showing from them. And an interesting to use Mew. We have not seen Mew on that many teams. Now, Steve and I have had the opportunity to look at this player list that you guys actually should now have published, but we got the option to look at the players' enrollment prior to the event being live so we could do some of our own research. And Mew was not really on that many teams. And it was one that we were hoping to see, considering that it has quite a wide move pool. But I think Eevee was running that traditional Shadow Claw Surf and Wild Charge Mew that we kind of did expect there, and I think it really paid off for him. Really,
Oh yeah, I mean that just having that surf just really did so well for him because Shadow Claw and Surf is a pretty spammy combo. Shadow Claw charges up energy fairly fast. You're able to get those surfs off fairly fast. And we saw earlier in the matchup where they both decided to burn both of their shields on that Mew versus Charizard matchup. So having that spammy charge move was really good to be able to get rid of both of those shields. It's not like Charizard was able to get those Dragon Claws off a little bit faster, was able to take
hmm
out Mew in the end, especially because I think Charizard swapped out first. So was able to get a bit of an energy advantage there. But really, just the surf came in clutch there. If there was the chance of getting a wild charge through, but if Charizard was going to double shield, there was no reason to go for it. Plus, as I said before, Charizard going to be taking 20% more damage because it was a Shadow Charizard, which does more damage but takes more damage in return. Surf would just be chunking that thing away if one went through. So definitely understandable there. But we
absolutely.
are going to be going into the second battle here of the first round with EV2E going in with the Lickitung. Here it is up against that Alolan Sandslash again. Lickitung, a really powerful Pokemon in this cup, just so much bulk. Not in a great matchup up against Alolan Sandslash though, because neither Body Slam or Power are going to do much damage. So we'll just see how they do decide to play it out. Alolan Sandslash getting the first charge move off here, presumably an Ice Punch or a Bulldoze, and we are seeing the Ice Punch come through here, just trying to chip down that damage on the Lickitung. Not going to do much damage because it is so bulky, but we will just have to wait and see how it goes.
Absolutely. We're going to be waiting to see whether or not Lickitung is going to shield here. We saw that that didn't do a considerable amount of damage previously. I mean, Lickitung's still with a third of its health, and we're going to go for the swap here back into that Mew that was so useful previously now. So that does confirm for us that Mew, I believe, is using that Shadow Claw, if I'm not mistaken, there as his charge move. And we're going to be seeing him go for Surf onto an Ice type, which isn't going to be too much damage, but that is definitely enough.
Oh.
It does look like his stream may have gone down on his POV. So thank you guys for bearing with us. There's definitely a lot of technical difficulties that can go in from pulling these over the internet rather than in a live situation. So much appreciated for you guys as fans. But what we were seeing from you, my understanding was going to be a Shadow Claw into his Surf again. Now we have an opportunity for a shield here, and whether or not that's going to come into play is definitely going to decide who survives between the Mew and the Venusaur.
Yeah, so it looks like Alolan Sandslash did swap out eventually. Venusaur came in, was able to get that Frenzy Plant onto Mew that Eevee let through. We are now seeing the Venusaur up against Alolan Ninetales, and this is not a good matchup for the Venusaur necessarily. If it can get a Sludge Bomb through, that will do a nice chunk of super effective damage, but Alolan Sandslash running that Powder Snow Weather Ball combo. This Powder Snow charges up energy again so fast, and these Weather Balls just come off just a quick fire
Oh,
rapid. Knowing that they could do nothing in that matchup, they were going to lose that. So just letting their Venusaur go, which I definitely believe is the right play there. Trying to bring in something else that can do a little bit better. And there is the Shadow Charizard. Shadow Charizard in a much better spot up against Alolan Ninetales. Still doesn't want to get hit by an Ice Weather Ball because, again, it is that Shadow type. And Charizard is generally a pretty squishy Pokemon as well. So yeah, doesn't really want to get hit, but having those two shields in tow is good. The swap out into Lickitung, who had the energy ready to go, throws the first Body Slam and is almost at the second Body Slam as well. Again, Charizard squishy. These body slams are going to add up and do a ton of damage. Charizard already down below half health, getting a charge move off. And do we see the shield from Lickitung here?
It's a good question, and it looks like we do. Lickitung again being effectively our strongest mainstay that we've seen throughout this competition. Any Pokemon that has Lick as its fast move is able to generate so much energy so quickly. And like you said earlier, that charge move coming off and that extra charge. But the question is whether or not they're able to get this charge move through. That Ice Punch is going to go and connect with Lickitung, and that is going to take him down. Now that's going to put us back against an Ice type versus an Ice type, and that one falls as well. We are left with one Pokemon in either side, but this is going to be an Ice versus Fire. Not looking great for Eevee, but this charge move could potentially barely spell a victory for him again.
And there's still a shield on Charizard's end there, so unfortunately that's not going to go through. Charizard is going to be able to fire spin down, and that is GG's. Really unfortunate there because Eevee was so close to having that 1 HP in a dream on that Alolan Sandtouch's side. Lickitung was like 1 lick away from taking it out and would have had so much energy to go into that Charizard. It's really just exactly what was needed there to be able to farm down the rest of that A-Slash, get that Body Slam onto the Charizard to burn that first shield so that then that last charge move from Alolan Ninetales would be able to go through there, which I think would have taken it out at that stage. So unfortunately, it all came down to that, just Lickitung barely not being able to hang on. And unfortunately, that's just how it comes down to, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And that's the whole mystery of fighting 6 Pokemon, right? And we did see from both of those trainers, I believe, that they did swap out one of the initial Pokemon that they led with. So they kept 2 of their originals and then they did swap a different one in there. And unfortunately, that did go in the Eevee. I get word from production Eevee actually swapped 2. So I mean, case in point, you're kind of playing that 4D chess. You're playing that mental game. So they already saw your 3. Are you going to use the same 3 again? Do they even know what your back 3 is? And so on. And it looks like in the case of Ferrixter, he was able to win that mind game right there. I do think it is great though that we are seeing such an interesting amount of Alolan forms. As a Cantonian fan, and like I said, as a Gen 1 fan and a Gen 2 fan and stuff, it's really cool to see new life breathed into those Pokemon because although I'm definitely a fan of Gen 1, they can get old pretty quickly. Considering that that's been the ones that you've seen every generation. So every generation that comes out, we see Gen 1 and Gen 2 and Gen 3, the previous generation compounded with the new series. And it's really cool to see them change those forms. I hope we see more expanded in the future. No Galarians were enrolled in this one, but we did get some Alolan. And of course, we've got those Shadows. And it looks like we're going to see in this next matchup here if there's any Alolan and Shadow appearances here as well.
Now it is 1-1 here, so whoever takes this match takes the game, and we are seeing Alolan Muck up against Wigglytuff. This is kind of a bit of a back and forth matchup because Alolan Muck really wants to land that sludge wave to be able to do anything in this matchup. Otherwise, Wigglytuff is just going to be able to charm this Muck down, basically. So he's charging up a lot of energy here. It looks like he's going for the double Dark Pulse bait. So he's charged up to 2 Dark Pulses and is now throwing the sludge wave, hoping that the opponent thinks that it is that bait. And do we see it go through? It goes through! That is so huge for Eevee here. Man, that Wigglytuff just going down, losing all of its energy. And, oh man, Muck able to get a Dark Pulse off before going down. This is looking really bad for Ferrixter here.
And
Oh
whether
man.
or not this even goes through, we're going to either see a shield force, and we did exactly that. So he either got to waste a shield or he got to hit a charge move, both of those being phenomenal for him. The question is whether or not we're able to swap into a Pokemon that's going to be effective here, and we are. Lickitung incredibly tanky here, able to just lick and do a charge move. Now, whether or not we see a shield here to block an attack, I would assume that we may actually not see a shield in this fight here. Charizard is going to be hitting with Dragon Claw, and Lickitung wisely does tank that damage as it is just charging up its Body Slam as well.
Now, I do believe we've actually only seen Dragonclaw come from this Charizard. So whether that's because they've only got one single charge move, or if they just want to be going for these Dragonclaws to try and bait as many shields as possible. But Lickitung just, it's a tanky guy. It's just being able to tank these Dragonclaws, get this Body Slam off, and forcing another shield from this Charizard. Ferrixter really liking to double shield that Charizard, but now Eevee is in the 2-shield advantage, and we're going to Shadow Machamp versus Venusaur now. Going to be able to get to that Rock Slide, no questions asked, because with those 2 shields, can just easily burn 1 shield here on the Frenzy Plant. Gonna get this Rock Slide off and do a ton of damage, as we saw before when Machamp used Rock Slide up against Venusaur last time. So here it is, actually charging up extra energy, knowing that Venusaur can't yet get to another charge move. So here goes the Rock Slide, gonna do tons of damage, and this is, again, looking really good for Eevee here.
Absolutely. And I like that wise decision to get a couple of those extra fast moves in there just to charge up another little bit of energy. You never know in whatever battle if you're going to need to pull out a charge move last second. So I like the wise call there. And again, if we're going to be able to hit this rock slide here, that's going to spell certain defeat for a Shadow Charizard that is going to take super effective damage from this and as a Shadow. So that is going to spell defeat, and that is going to put Eevee 2-1 in this series and walking away with our first streamed win. Great showing out of Eevee in this matchup.
Wow. And that all just came down to that one decision, right? That one decision for Wigglytuff to not shield the Sludge Wave. And those are the kind of decisions that are kind of in Pokemon Go where you know that there's a charge move coming through. If you correctly shield it, then great. If you don't, it could be real danger. Losing an entire Wigglytuff, all of the energy that it charged up, just basically out the window. Losing one of your 3 Pokemon is really huge in this format where you don't have that many Pokemon to stand behind. So losing a third of your entire team in one foul swoop, really not where you want to be. And just Eevee closing that one out in a really dominating matchup where still had a shield in tow with Machamp up against Charizard, knowing that just Eevee was going to be able to get to that rock slide no matter what, even against Venusaur before, because the Charizard burned both of the shields really early in that match. Eevee was just able to go for that nuke after nuke. No need to bait with any cross drops, can just go straight for the nuke. And it just really worked out super well for them.
Absolutely, and props to Ferrixter on the other hand. That original, the first match we saw them in, Ferrixter looking pretty great until Alolan Muck held on with one of its little candy-pointed fingers. I mean, that Alolan Muck was there with a shred at 1 HP in a dream, as you said. That dude held on to the thread of a string shot. So I'm very impressed that Eevee was able to stay in the right mental for that too. As a competitor in multiple titles here, I head case for sure, and that's one of the things that is interesting to think about that we don't always break down is that there are situations, especially when a player's playing from home rather than a live venue or something like that, that we would see at like a LAN. There's external factors. I mean, you don't even know if somebody's vacuuming. You don't know if there's a baby screaming. You don't know. You don't know if you're worried about lag. If that player's playing on a dial-up connection, right? There's so many factors that go into that. So Eevee coming out strong and hopefully holding a strong mental on that one, I think could have played a great game there. But guys, we're going to be setting up to get into our next match in this pool here. We're going to go to a quick BRB as we let production get into that matchup here. If there's any viewers in the chat that are also participating in the tournament, we do ask, if possible, that you could stream your matches so Steve and I are able to bring you the best show possible. We want to have the least amount of BRB screens possible and show you guys as many of these battles as we can. But before we go to our BRB, I want to thank our LAN Center sponsor, Gamers Heaven. They are franchising actually, and would be coming to a location near you. I'm not going to give a number on the locations, but they have graciously suggested that they would be happy to do some LANs for Pokemon Go in many of the states that they are franchising into. And then Swordog, our apparel company, for helping sponsor this prize pool and for sponsor me and Steve to be able to bring this show to you, as well as some of our fancy threads. We have a Nexus League tee available through them. We are very proud. I got to have a lot of input on the design of this shirt, so I'm very proud. And then thanks as well to our sponsor, Facebook Gaming. We are powered by Facebook Gaming and able to bring this event to you guys. So guys, we're going to that quick BRB. It's very appreciated that you guys are all hanging with us in the chat. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, guys, welcome back. I'm Dragonite. I'm joined by my co-host, Mr. PvP Steve, and we're here with that Nexus League $1,000 Kanto Cup, graciously provided by those sponsors below. What we do want to let you guys know is that there are fewer competitors streaming than initially anticipated, and so we're going to be following Eevee throughout this pool and potentially through a portion of the bracket here, as he is very graciously streaming for us. Just so you guys in the chat knew what was going on, that is going to be what we're doing here. And it looks like Eevee is going to be matching up against, I believe the player's name is Neil. And so we're going to be jumping into that match as well. Now, we've already seen some of Eevee's matches here. We've already seen some of his party of Pokemon here. I'm definitely anticipating, or I'm definitely hoping that we get to see more of that Alolan Ninetales. As I alluded to it earlier, I really like the Alolan forms, and I just like the artistic license and kind of the exact opposite. A lot of them got their type swapped rather. So
Yeah.
Pokemon that they were super effective against is now their typing. So I really like that. Any anticipation between these two players, Steve? You know far more about this community than I do, so you are far more knowledgeable. So I want to lean on you for that.
This is mostly new to me. These two matchups specifically, but as far as the Alon's are concerned, Pokemon Go is actually my introduction to that. I'm a Gen 1 guy as well. That's
Okay.
kind of my bread and butter. So Pokemon Go has really kind of introduced me to these newer generations, these Alolans, these Galaforms. One thing to note, like not all of the Galaforms are actually in Pokemon Go yet. So I'm sure there
Hmm.
are a lot of Gala Pokemon that aren't yet available. So that might be why we're not seeing very many Galas on the team.
Hmm.
Whereas Alolans, I believe that pretty much everything Alolan is kind of available. So we're seeing all those, the Alolan Ninetales, the Alolan Marowaks are around as well. Plenty of Alolan to go around. And I definitely love the typing change as well. I really like seeing something like, I mean, Alolan Marowak, Fire Ghost,
Oh
where did that
yeah.
come from? From Marowak's ground typing. Like, that's just a total like, let's just pick some other typings, right? And it creates this just brand new Pokemon, plays completely differently. And it's just awesome.
Absolutely.
Plain and simple, it's awesome.
Absolutely. And that's my favorite thing too, is that the aesthetic, not only the gameplay potential, but even the aesthetic is great. Some of the merch we've seen for the Alolan forms has been great too. I happen to love the Vulpix. I think it's precious. Alolan Vulpix is tiny and needs to be protected. The Alolan Marowak is, again, like you said, the fire ghost typing. What a cool theme. And I believe the reference, I was watching a Sugimori thing that he said that they had referenced a lot of Hawaiian themed stuff, of course, with Alola, that there's a lot of tribal dances that like honor the dead. A lot of fire dancers would do things like that, and that is the nod.
Ah,
That's the Alolan Marowak nod. Is that it's based on a Hawaiian tribal dancer that is dancing to honor the dead, which I thought was a really cool cultural nod. We see that with a lot of these
yeah.
Pokemon, the Alolan, the Galarians. Yeah, like that's such an interesting aesthetic,
I
and
like that.
it's such a far departure from like Gen 1. Like I know people make fun of Gen 4, like we get a lot of commentary about Trubbish being a trash bag. Voltorb was a ball. Magnemite is a magnet with some screws stuck to it. Like each generation definitely has some questionable design aesthetics for sure. Um,
Yeah.
and I like that the further we've gotten into these generations, that some of these Pokemon that were like kind of basic in aesthetics got a new pair of clothes,
New skin.
effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We got some new duds to walk in. Some of the things that come to mind from Gen 1, like we've got Magnezone in Gen 4. We're seeing a
Mm.
ton of Lickitung in this specific matchup from Kanto, and we get Lickilicky in Gen 4. So I really like that expansion of kind of some of the additional, or some of the traditional rather, Kanto mons that we would see that then got some love much later into the franchise. I think that was a good homage to those mons.
Yeah, I mean, more recently, Farfetch too has picked up
Oh yeah.
Surfetch.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Farfetch was one oh, and the Galarian as well. Galarian Farfetched.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Galarian Farfetch turns into Surfetch. That's the dealio.
It does.
It's
That's
not
the deal.
Farfetch
Yep.
doesn't evolve. That's the
Mm-hmm.
de I swear I know my Pokemon. I promise, I promise. But, yeah, I think that was one that, people have been kind of talking about. Is it gonna get another form for a long time, right? I think there might have been some graphics leaked from, Gen 1, Gen 2 sort of realm where there was originally supposed
Yes.
to be a
Yes.
second form to that Farfetch'd, and it's
Mm-hmm.
finally come in the form of Surfetch'd, which it is actually a pretty interesting one in Pokemon Go. I know it's got a different evolution mechanic in the main series games, but in Pokemon
Yes.
Go, it translates. I think you need to get something like you need to. It's either win 10 raids with
Oh,
Farfetch or get 10 like excellent curveball throws, something like that. You need to fulfill this sort
interesting.
of challenge to be able to evolve Galarian Farfetch'd into Surfetch'd, which
Mm-hmm.
because you have to in the main series games, it's something to do with you have to get a certain amount of battles. or a certain amount of
Yeah,
battle
it's a certain
wins?
amount of battle. It's a certain amount of battle wins, and I believe you have to hold an item. I think it's a steel coat, and I think it references the sword. I believe
Ah,
is
okay.
what the steel coat is for. Yeah. The interesting thing about Surfetched as well was traditionally or originally rather in the leaked details from the game that Surfetched was originally going to be in, it was actually a female Farfetch and it was going to be a Madam Fetch. And that was actually retconned. They chose to not go with that aesthetic as Madam is often referred to as the woman that would run a brothel. So Nintendo didn't really have the Nintendo often loses things in translation, of course, being a Japanese company. That was something that oh, I want to remember his name. He was the gentleman who did all of the European and English translations from Japanese. He's actually a character in one of the Pokemon games. They pay homage to him as well. But that was one of the things he caught during the Gold and Silver demos was let's not do that Pokemon because there's a reference to some
E.
illicit activity in that Pokemon's aesthetic. So finally, that was pivoted, but a lot of the Alolan and Galarian forms we see now originally had their roots in that Gen 1 and Gen 2. There's a lot of interesting aesthetics and a lot of interesting research we've seen on those. So, but I believe production is giving us word that we are going to be able to jump right into our match here. We're going to be transitioning to follow Eevee again. Steve, take the lead, my man.
All right, so we're heading in up against Neil Armstrong with that Shadow Machamp again up against Alolan Mark. This is a really good matchup for Shadow Machamp, so I'm kind of expecting the opponent may swap out pretty shortly. But they are charging up a fair bit of energy as well. Snarl charges up. They've charged up a charge move or two ready to go and swapping into that Venusaur. Seeing the swap out into Alolan Mark of Eevee's own here, this is a pretty interesting matchup again. Venusaur was able to get a little bit of energy before Muck swapped in, so it's able to get these Frenzy Plants off really fast. And even with that Poison Dark typing, Frenzy Plant is going to do a lot to Alolan Mark. Ooh, actually taking it down to about half, which isn't great. Not going to be able to take another one for sure. Alolan Muck just trying to farm up a ton of energy here and tries to throw the Dark Pulse before a charge move comes through, but has to shield now to get this one off. That's definitely not what Eevee was trying to do, and really unfortunate.
Absolutely, and I love the shiny aesthetic on that Venusaur. I'm gonna guess that was a community day, or the man has more luck, far so than you or I. But we are gonna be getting that Dark Pulse off now. Whether or not the opponent is gonna shield is up for question. But Eevee has already used a shield here, and that's a considerable amount of damage going on to Venusaur here. It looks like we are gonna see another charge move attempt here again, either to bait that shield out or to put that KO onto Venusaur and leave Muck with a little bit of health left. And we were able to bait that shield out, so that's gonna be a 1-and-1 shield left here. And again, this potentially could burn the shield, and yes, it does. So that's going to leave Eevee with no protection for himself. He was able to burn that charge move, Frenzy Plant, and is potentially able to take out this Venusaur here, taking out that first Pokemon, but we're going to be waiting for that swap, whether we're going to stay on Alolan Muck or not.
And we got another Snarl down from Eevee here, just like that Mask Match. Muck, Snarl is not it's doing like basically no damage. It's tickling Pokemon, but just able to tilt that last little bit. The Dark Pulse goes through. The other Alolan Muck is going to be able to get its charge move off because Eevee has no more shields. This is going to be taking out the Muck here. We're presumably going to see that Shadow Machamp come back in to take out the rest of this Muck. Oh, the swap out to catch the cross drop onto Ninetales. That is absolutely huge for Neil Armstrong there. That's a really good play. Cross drop not going to do too much to that Ninetales. It is the Alolan Ninetales actually, and the
Mm-hmm.
Shiny Flex again. Is this potentially a full Shiny Flex team from Neil here, I wonder? But we're seeing the swap into Lickitung now, going for that Body Slam, which I think will take out the Ninetales at this range if they do not shield. Neil still does have a shield ready to go. So we'll see if they do decide to keep Ninetales around to try and get some more charge moves off onto Lickitung. There's the shield from Ninetales. Wants to get these charge moves off. Oh, and it actually Charm Ninetales, which I did not mention before. Charm is going to be doing a lot of damage to Lickitung, just really a big damaging move, and finally able to get a charge move off. There's the Weather Ball. Just going to chunk down Lickitung a little bit, not doing heaps, but Lickitung might be able to get to a Body Slam for, charging up extra energy. What, are they going for the full Lick down? Oh, they realize that Lickitung's the one man that's holding up the world here. Lickitung needed to farm down again, but Eevee, how has this happened twice in a row where the lick damage, one lick away from taking that thing out? But man, Shadow Machamp is going to come in now. Throw that cross drop onto Alolan Mark. This could go either way, really.
Absolutely. It looks like potentially in the favor of Eevee here if
Mm.
that cross shop's able to take out Muck, and it does. Now we do see just a little we were going to see potentially a little bit more damage was going to take out that Machamp, but it looks like the victor is going to be Eevee here. Very short work, I'm going to say, and I believe Eevee was left with two Pokemon still standing at the close of that matchup. Would that be right, Steve?
Yeah, well, I think Lickitung was there a Lickitung swap out at the last second
I
there
believe so in a
to
Machamp.
bring that Machamp in to throw that charge move. I did think that Alolan Muck had more health than it did remaining, so that's why I
Yeah.
thought that it might have been able to stand a cross drop. But yeah, no, that thing was far too low. Cross drop was definitely going to take that thing out. So it didn't actually matter that Eevee wasn't able to lick down here. It actually worked out just fine.
Mhm.
Not quite able to get the body slam off onto the Alolan Muck, which would have been nice, but regardless, really good spot there. Eevee able to play this really well.
Absolutely, and Eevee leading both of the matchups we've seen, starting out both of those winning his initial match here. So definitely considerable chops from him. Curious as again we're going to be following him throughout the majority of this bracket as he's graciously providing his stream for us here. Curious to see if he's able to lead on his right foot into each of these matches. But again, we saw I think the same Pokemon that we've seen from him. I think he's probably got a couple in tow that we haven't been able to see yet. But that was going to be our Shadow Machamp. That was going to be our Alolan Muck, and then our Lickitung as well, which you and I have both touted as kind of a mainstay that we're going to be seeing here. We talked about at the beginning of the broadcast. Those normal types just being so bulky, even though they're vulnerable to fighting. Often though, that extra HP that you'll get from a Lickitung, a Snorlax, from a Wigglytuff even, is just great, and their charge moves also being very beneficial.
Yeah, but we are going to round two here, and what are we going to see in the lead? We can see that Mew come in
Ooh,
up against Hypno, the shiny Hypno Flex.
beautiful.
This is a really good spot for Mew, though, because these Shadow Claws get to be doing super effective damage and charging up energy really fast up against Hypno. Hypno is confusioning away. We don't know what charge moves Hypno has, so if it has that Shadow Ball, Mew may have to be a little bit worried. Mew throwing the Wild Charge before a Shadow Ball can come through. This will do heaps of damage if it goes through, but will debuff Mew in the process. So, oh, we see it land. That's really big for Mew
Wow.
there. The defense debuff coming through, though. Hypno getting his charge move off before Mew can do anything, so has a shield there in case it is the Shadow Ball. And correctly shield from Eevee there. Fantastic shielding.
Absolutely, and that type matchup right there. He was able to get the swap out into Venusaur though, but we're going to see a swap out on our side as well. That's going to be the Alolan Muck versus that shiny Venusaur, and I think that does confirm for us, Steve, that that was an entire shiny team flex thus far. I think we've seen 4 separate Mons from Neil Armstrong, and I believe every single one of them has been a shiny. Now the Frenzy Plant is going to come out and take Alolan Muck below half health there, so considerable damage from him. But the Dark Pulse is going to be echoed from the Alolan Muck, and whether or not we're going to see a shield come out on the Venusaur, we are not. So Venusaur left with a third of his health as well. Things are not looking so great in the favor of Neil, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, this Venusaur, oh, letting the Frenzy Plant come through. Muck is going to go down here. So Eevee's going to,
Mhm.
to opt to get some more energy on one of their other Pokemon. Oh, hanging on. Oh, giving me a heart attack. Almost got that Dark
Me
Pulse off.
too.
That could have been absolutely huge. And Eevee's at a bit of a disadvantage here. Not able to get the Surf off before the Frenzy Plant comes through and is now burning their last shield. The opponent still has both shields. And if they've tapped on that Surf, it's going to go through. They have, unfortunately. It was a CMP tie. So they try to undercharge the Surf, not hit any bubbles to try and give a little bit of Venusaur's health that he can farm down with some more Shadow Claws. But Venusaur is just, oh, is able to get one Shadow Claw in there.
One hit.
Not huge because Neil still has both shields in tow. This is really not a great spot for Eevee here. And the Charm Ninetales doing heaps as well. Can they get the Wild Charge through though? Or will Neil finally burn one shield?
Like you said, this is going to be considerable damage, and they are wisely going to block with that shield there. We are going to go for the swap into Lickitung, which, again, as we have talked previously, is a pretty bulky Mon here, and Lick is able to charge up charge moves very quickly. It looks like we got one Power Whip and about 1 1/3 on the Body Slam already ready to go. Now, we have no Protect Shield, so we are going to be forced to tank this charge move, and that's going to be the Weather Ball coming in to hit Lickitung down another third here, and it looks like we are going to be going for our charge move here. That is going to be a Body Slam. Now, we have one shield left on Neil's side. Whether or not he chooses to burn that here is up to him, and it looks like he is going to let that connect. Curious to see who is going to be able to farm out. It looks like we have another Body Slam in tow. If this is going to connect, that should take out the Alolan Ninetales. Curious to see if we are going to see that final shield come into play.
Yeah, but they're definitely going to burn the shield. They're going to be able to charm this Lickitung or even throw the charge move, and this Lickitung is going down.
Oof.
Eevee is going to lose the game here. And with Neil still a shield, well, actually, no, they just burned the last shield, but still another Pokemon in the back as well. Although, oh, here comes that Mew, which is going to be able to get this Surf off. But
Okay.
I believe it's Hypno in the back.
It is.
Hypno, I mean, it's going to be able to do a lot of damage with these confusions, and Mew doesn't have any energy left. Oh, the Shadow
We have
Claw.
type advantage. There it is!
What was no? Oh my gosh.
The
the,
1
the Shadow
HP
Claws versus
man
Hypno thing.
continues his run.
How is Eevee
Unbelievable.
doing this? How is Eevee doing this?
It's his gimmick.
It's like every single one of these Pokemon has a focus sash, right? Just ready to hang on with that 1 HP. Absolutely incredible. And
Yeah.
wow. every
That's
single.
Eevee's shtick, man. He's just putting a show on for us. He's just putting the show on. Wins his first game, fights the second one just by a hair. He's gonna
Wow.
survive just by a hair each time. That was fantastic. And guys, we just got word from production actually. Eevee has won his share of matches in the pool, so Eevee will be moving forward. So we're going to be again trying to check to see with some other players that will be streaming here, but what a great 2-0 showing out of Eevee right there. Nothing but great props to Armstrong for his dedication to the grind to have an entire competitive Cantonian shiny team. So jealousy and props to him for that one. Shiny Venusaur is one of my absolute favorites, and Hypno with the wild color swap. They're very
Yeah.
impressive. Yeah.
It is one of the greatest shinies in the entire game. Like, I love that thing. Like, I was able to get a shiny Shadow Hypno as well that,
Oh,
if I was playing this cup right now, it would absolutely be coming out just by virtue of like, yeah, this is an awesome
gotta
Pokemon.
have
I'm
it.
bringing this thing out. Because not only the pink Hypno, but you've got those red shadow eyes and the purple flames. It's like, yeah, this is sick. But just really well played from both opponents there. Like Neil doing so well, but just barely losing out there, unfortunately. And Eevee's just playing such close games, really doing really well with energy management. So Eevee's really kind of got this lockdown where they charge up to an extra charge move and then swap out. So they can bring their Pokemon back in, throw the charge move, and get ready to go. They did it earlier in the first round of the first
Hmm.
matchup with that Dark Pulse on the Alolan Mark, where they stored that up. And it really just helps you out to be able to swap straight in, throw a charge move on whatever is in there. Hopefully at a time when the opponent has burned their shield, so it's forced to go through. It
Hmm.
can really do a lot of damage there.
Absolutely. And guys, we are going to swap to another BRB screen while production gets us set up for our next match. But guys, thank you for spending so much time with us again. This is my first foray into the Pokemon Go community, and it is on the backs of gracious people like Steve, like the Team Rocket PvP guys, Go Stadium. We've got Sylph admins supporting us as well. One of our admins that's enrolled, and you won't see her in the stream, but you will see her in the Discord, is going to be Need for Speedy. She is an amazing asset for us to have, and the community has really rallied around us. And I just want to thank you guys. For being a great platform for us to get our first step into Pokemon Go. But we will be back with you quickly. And before we go, I want to thank our sponsors again. That's Gamers Heaven, the LAN Center, Swordog, the apparel company, and we are very graciously powered by Facebook Gaming. They have brought to you our bracketing platform and our streaming platform for this event. And a quick little tip of the hat, like I did last time, to Swordog for our wonderful Nexus League apparel, guys. So much love to them and much love to you guys. We will be back as soon as we have another matchup. Thank you for spending your day with us. Alrighty, guys. Thanks for being so patient with us as we had to get these player pools finished out. We were double checking with production to see whether or not it would make sense to jump into some games, and it looks like those players were all just finishing up their matches and reporting scores. So we are our production team and our admin team is actually rallying everything right now, and we should very soon for you guys have a list of top 16 and move into our next match. But what I did want to talk about beforehand was a couple things about the way the streams work and about the way the reporting scores work and things that Nexus is going to look forward to in the future and that we want you guys to know in the community. So one of the things that we will have to ask for help from the community is to have a larger amount of streams available to us just to pull. We are super aware that people have specific move sets, especially with Pokemon like Hypno or Mew that have really wide move sets. That's part of their utility. Is that you could be running an Elemental Punch combo Hypno, you could be doing the Ice Punch Shadow Ball, whatever it might be. That you would want to keep those things close to your chest, and that's absolutely reasonable. We'll moving forward here, we're probably going to have a little bit of a delay on the stream, so no one could be stream sniping. That is a consideration that's very important to us. Is the competitive integrity behind that? So we completely understand why people would be discouraged to stream, and we're gonna learn from that moving forward. And then we do have our ask as well that players would be able to stream. One other thing that I got from our our admin team rather, just to make sure that we move as cleanly as possible, is that they are asking if you did not register your Alolan types or your Shadow Pokemon with that name, so an Alolan Executor for whatever it might be, or a Shadow Machamp. Please note that for your opponent moving forward in the Discord. Although they are the same Pokemon and Ninetales is still a Ninetales, that does considerably change the potential matchup. And therein lies that competitive integrity again. And what we don't want is for anyone to raise flags against the TOs or the mods saying, this guy tried to pull one over on me using a regular Ninetales when we said Alolan Ninetales. I don't believe the community would do that. You guys have been nothing but gracious and warm to us, but it is still a ruling thing that we need to make sure we are firm on. So those are the deliveries I was asked to give by the mod team, and we want to completely be aware that there are some shortcomings as this is our first go into Pokemon Go, and we really appreciate you guys for being flexible. I know you guys have spent quite a lot of time talking to our mod team already in the Discord and in the Pogo voice, so thank you for helping us make sure our standards are high. I do know, though, we are also able to provide this wonderful graphic courtesy of Leak Duck. We're going to be talking about the Community Day moving forward here. Community Day is a really impactful day, of course, for Pokemon Go players, and this is going to be the one that is starting tomorrow. Now, Steve, take us through kind of what a Community Day is, if there's any casual viewers coming by in the chat, as well as why it's really important.
Yeah, so essentially, Community Day is a day that comes once a month. It's kind of just a random day. Niantic, the guys behind Pokemon Go, are going to kind of pick a date. So today it's actually going to be tomorrow. So it's Sunday local time, which is actually today for me because it is approaching 5 a.m. So it's,
Right.
it's 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. local time Sunday. But essentially, the one Pokemon, the featured Pokemon, which is different every time, it's going to be spawning a lot, like entirely for that 6 hours. Everywhere you go, it's just going to be lots and lots of. This time it's going to be Snivy. So essentially, you're going to have heaps of them. The shiny chance is going to be boosted. So generally, it's about 1 in 25 that you tap on is going to be a shiny. So you can really get some
Wow.
lovely shiny Snivies in there. There's always a bunch of bonuses as well for that 6 hour period. So this time it's going to be 3 times catch Stardust and 3 hour incense. There's always a 3 hour incense. So you only have to use 2 for their whole community today. Incense is going to attract more Pokemon to you. And the 3 times catch Stardust is huge. As soon as you put 3 times catch Stardust on an event, it is like, the in-game currency. It's what you need to power up your Pokemon, to give them a second charge move, to everything in this game, essentially. Stardust is key, and getting a chance to get 3 times as Stardust, Stardust just 3 times as quickly, it's always good. Like, PvP players are always out there. They're burning their dust, building these, random Pokemon. They're powering up and Execute to level 50. Crazy stuff, and just dust going down the drain, a hole in Stardust pockets. So it's really nice to be able to kind of stock that up in an opportunity like this. And also, you get an exclusive move on any Pokemon that you evolve, or on Snivy, on the featured Pokemon when you evolve it into its final stage. So
Mhm.
this time it's going to be Snivy evolving up into Superior, who is going to be getting the exclusive move Frenzy Plant. So this is going to be the only, I was going to say 6 hour window, but you actually get 2 hours after the event, I believe, that you can also evolve it in. So you
Yeah.
can spend the entire 6 hours catching, and then you can spend your time evolving all of the ones you want to do. Check your RVs, see which ones you want to be powering up, that sort of deal. So you can get a bunch of superiors with Frenzy Plant, which is a really just broken move in this game. It is so powerful.
Yeah.
It costs a relatively low amount of energy and it does a lot of damage. We saw Venusaur using it before, up against Lol and Marks especially, and it can do a lot. And when you're in a matchup where you're doing super effective damage with that Frenzy Plant with Stab, because of that grass typing, it's just insane. It's huge. So Superior with Frenzy Plant, it's a bit of an interesting Pokemon. So it's not like a top tier Great League Pokemon in the
Mhm.
PvP scene, and Frenzy Plant will definitely make it a lot more viable. But there are sort of better grass types that you can use. So Meganium is one that Superior is kind of like a bit of a side grade to Meganium, where a
Okay.
Meganium is a Pokemon that is going to have Frenzy Plant and Earthquake is its second charge move, whereas Superior
Okay.
is more likely to have Frenzy Plant as their mainstay and then Aerial Ace. So you're definitely going to get different coverage there. You're going to be better up against grass types with that Aerial Ace flying type damage instead of the ground type damage from Earthquake. You're also going to be better off up against just, I guess fighting types also have a play there, but you'd probably end up going for Frenzy Plant instead because, again, Frenzy Plant, really good move. But so I think Superior is also less bulky than Meganium. So Meganium can take more hits.
Okay.
The way that the sort of meta goes in the PvP thing, just in the open Great League, use any Pokemon you want. Earthquake is a bit more, it gives you a bit more utility against the meta Pokemon. So it's really good to hit against those steel types, those rock types, that sort of deal. So generally, Meganium is going to be a bit more useful than the Superior, but Superior is going to have some like serious use, especially in these sort of more restricted metas. So say
Mhm.
there was like a Gen 5 or Gen 6, Gen 5, Gen
I think
6.
5, yep, black and white. Yep.
Yeah, if there's a Gen 5 specific cup, for example, then you're not going to be able to use any Meganiums, and Snivy might be really good there, having access to that Frenzy Plant and Aerial Ace. So it's something that you really want to have. You want to just be able to pick up as many as possible,
Mhm.
power up all these good ones, power up a good shiny one so you can flex it mid battle as well. But yeah, it's not going to be the best Pokemon, but you need it. Get it.
Absolutely, and I think that that's a cool thing that they do with Community Day, where the Frenzy Plant move, and I think it's been like Blast Burn on Charmander in the past, and so on. That there's a lot of the overpowered moves. I think that's cool because I'm an aesthetics guy in the Pokemon community and in the Pokemon games. Like I competed in the VGC, but whereas in Pokemon Go, I just had a good time. We've got a lot of Pokestops down on a waterfront near me, and this is more of a game that I would go to vibe. And it's nice that there is a whole room for people to just more so care about the aesthetics or care less about the hardcore battling as well. So it appeals to both sides of the community, which I think is a really cool thing. And that's another nod I want to give to the Pokemon Go community because, again, we come from kind of rigid games. We come from a lot of shooters and strategy games and things like that traditionally with our production. Those are really rigid, forced metas. You use one gun, don't miss, don't die. That's kind of that's the shtick. Pokemon Go has so many different avenues to to still compete and to be a battler, but it's so not pigeonholed into one thing, which I really like. I mean, we've seen the Prism Cups from Sylph, which I had never even heard of until I did some research, and I think that's so fun. I've seen Gym Leader Cups where you have to play with a specific group of gym leaders, Mons. Like, there's so much versatility in this game and in this community comparatively to where we come from Antimatter that it's a really cool breath of fresh air. And I think the Community Day kind of lines up with that in that way that it appeals to both sides of the coin, which is really
Absolutely.
really cool for us.
I
Yeah.
mean, Pokemon Go as a whole, it's got like not only have you got this PvP side of things, which is so diverse already, but you also have like those plenty of other ways to play. So there's people who want to just complete the Pokedex and they're having fun just trying to
Right.
get one of every Pokemon, fill it out. There's people who are shiny hunting, trying to get as many shinies as possible, getting all
That's
these
this guy.
unique rare,
Yeah. Yep.
looking for those shiny Dragonites. There's that. There's people who are doing AR photography. So
Mhm.
Pokemon Go, because it is more of a mobile game, you can bring your phone around. There's ways where you can go into AR, put your Pokemon in the real world and take like photos with that. And people are like super into that and can make some like seriously awesome stuff. And
Oh yeah.
there are heaps of ways to play it. And then in PvP, as you said, there's the Sylph Arena who's making a new custom meta every single month, which is just awesome to see. Like they're a
Mhm.
whole lot of fun. Then there's GBL, which it provides you a completely different avenue of PvP where it's
Mhm.
not bring six, take six, pick three. It's
Mhm.
instead just blind threes where you can play away, play away,
Right.
and that's a lot of fun as well. All sorts of leagues, Great League, Ultra League, Master League, these different, a whole bunch of different metas that you're going to see in there as well. I know Niantic behind Pokemon Go bring out these custom metas every now and then as well. So there was like the Love Cup at Valentine's Day, which you could only use red, pink, and purple
I think
Pokemon, I think.
and I think white. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then there's obviously things like the Kanto Cup where this tournament's originated, where you can only use that first 151 plus Alolan's Gala, etc. And that's just really cool to see. So you know, you've got Sylph, you've got GBL, you've got these custom tournaments like those gym leader tournaments, like these just custom metas that people build that the community just come to. They're like, yeah, this seems like a really cool idea. I'm gonna hop in, gonna have a great time, gonna build my team in this random fancy meta. Okay, this is a meta where you can only use Pokemon with 4 legs. Sure, I'm in. Let's go. Let's
Right.
do the 4 legs cup. And then yeah, just it's really awesome to see that there's these sorts of events like this Nexus League Kanto Cup where everyone can just kind of come together for this fun sort of, I don't want to say side thing, but like not part of a constant doing this every
Mhm.
day, go about a league sort of, I need to do my 25 battles so I can rank up.
Climb
Like
the ladder.
it's a, yeah, exactly. It's a one-time cup that you can kind of run in, have fun with, build a new, completely different team, and just really have a go. And it's just really awesome to see. So I really want to thank you guys for kind of bringing this around, because it's definitely been, I mean, it's been a lot of fun where I'm sitting. I'm sure a lot of other people are having fun battling as well.
Me too. I'm having a great time having you be a community leader and also a teacher for me. I said it earlier in the broadcast, but Steve has spent many man hours on a weird time clock, considering the US to Australian conversion, walking me through some of the main things that I should be knowing as a Pokemon Go commentator. And then again, thanks to the people in the community here that are watching and active on all of our channels for watching Steve for his knowledge and me for my wonderful MC skills. Um,
And
and so
beautiful
that's been
face.
really cool. And my face, I'll take it, man. Same to you. Same to you. But that's something I wanna go for too, is in this community, like, one of the things, again, that sets these guys apart so much from traditional communities we've already been a part of, there's also so much more art, and there's also a lot of, graciousness even in streams. Like, I see partnered streamers not just promoting themselves in someone else's channel and kinda being a jerk, but they're actively friends with each other. This community to me, has done nothing but kind things to each other, at least from the superficial stuff I've seen. I know no matter where you go, you're gonna lift up some stone and be like, "Yeah, that guy's kinda not the best." I'm not a
There's
fan
always
of
gonna
that
be
PvP
something.
Steve guy, he's kind of a jerk. But but realistically, like, from what we've seen from the outside, especially considering this is our first go at this, everyone has been, I just keep saying it, so welcoming to us. Like, everyone's flexible, even the community art that's coming out is cool. We have people like PV Poke, doing that whole website. I can't thank you, yeah, seriously. I can't thank that site and the creator any more than possible, because Steve used that as a great tool, to be educating me. It was just phenomenal. And then again, like Leak Duck for providing that graphic that they had otherwise made. They have great graphic artists. They're up to date on all the Pokemon dates and things like that. Like, again, this is just a really collaborative effort that I haven't seen in other communities that we've been a part of. But guys, I do want to thank you guys for letting us come do this little shiny community day bit here. It looks like there was an issue with a TO, with an admin rather, and a player. So they are going to have a competitive ruling, and it looks like that is what's taking this little extra bit of time here. So we are going to once more throw us back to a BRB. Thank you guys for being so gracious about the time as well. I know that there is a little bit of downtime here, and that is not what we had hoped to do, but we do have to make sure that the competitors are getting their fair rulings as well. So we're going to run back to that BRB, and we should be entering the 16-man laddered bracket play now, moving forward. So as soon as we're back, guys, we're going to be getting into some Pokemon action. Please don't go anywhere. Thank you for being gracious about these breaks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally back here. So, some wild news to report. There was a three-way tie in two separate brackets that not only resulted in a three-way tie, but in a secondary replay three-way tie where each player won and lost a single match here. So there, that was the considerable delay that we were having. We had about 35 minutes, I think, of replays that needed to go through. And finally, we did get our top 16 players here. So if you are looking at the Facebook bracket, I believe a moderator could drop that in the chat, or you can see that at facebook.com/antimattergg. You'll be able to view that bracket in the event details itself. But we are finally back, and we have our top 16. We have a very gracious competitor who was even willing to not only play in the tournament and enroll, but was able to set up his own infrastructure to stream to us in the Discord so we can provide his POV. And that's going to be Ramblin' Man. He's going to be matching up against Death in the first match we're going to have on stream in our top 16 players. And it looks like I got word from production. They are going to be getting into it. I have been the one who has been going on the little stream here. So as soon as we jump into that match, I will let Steve drive away here. But guys, we were able to look at Ramblin's team beforehand, and it looks like he has probably a couple fears. We were actually talking with him prior to this, and some of the things he said that he had feared was the Alolan Marowak, which we had talked about the aesthetics a lot earlier. But Steve, kind of tell me why. Tell me what a player would fear from an Alolan Marowak and why.
Yeah, Alolan Marowak's a really interesting Pokemon where it can have a little bit of a variety in the moveset. So it could run Fire Spin or Hex as the fast moves. Both are going to be playing very differently. And then its charge moves, you're presumably going to have Bone Club as one, and the other one could be Shadow Bone or Shadow Ball. Shadow Bone is not going to hit as hard as Shadow Ball, but it is going to come faster. So the when you're playing against an Alolan Marowak, you kind of have to think about the mind games. So like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
do I have to shield here? Is it going to be a Bone Club bait where it's going to do nothing? Is it going to be a Shadow Bone where it's going to do a fair bit but not tons? Or is it going to be a
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Ball where I'm just going to be nuked out of existence here? And it's a really scary thing because not only that, but Alolan Marowak also charges up its charge moves fairly quickly. So it's sort of scary to play against, especially when you have lots of Pokemon on your team, like these sort of psychic types that we're seeing in this cup. Lots of Hypnos, lots of Mews. When you've got that up
Mm-hmm.
against that Alolan Marowak, it can be devastating if you get hit by the wrong move. So
Absolutely.
yeah, it could really go either way depending on how this does get played out, what moveset Death might have on his Alolan Marowak, and just it'll all come down to the teams of three that are picked and the shielding.
Absolutely. And I think you may know the best here, but I believe Shadowbone was either a community day or a move that needed to be TM'd from a previous period of time from Pokemon Go. Is that right?
Yeah, so Shadowbone was a raid exclusive move, so you were only able to get it
Hmm.
on this Alolan Marowak raid event. Uh, any Marowaks that you caught from that event did have Shadowbone. Otherwise, you can use an Elite TM to get that move. So it may be a little bit more rare. More people might have the Shadow Ball ready to go, but Shadowbone is like a very nice move that people are willing to spend some Elite TMs on if they have like a really good IV Alolan Marowak ready for PvP. They want that Shadowbone. I know a lot of people who have spent Elite TMs to get it on their high rank, high rank Alolan Marowaks.
Absolutely. And I know the other fear he was giving us too, leading into this match. We, like I said, we got a really great opportunity to talk to Ramblin before this matchup here when he was getting the stream set up for our production to share. He was also saying that he was fearing a Snorlax, and not really that he didn't understand a Snorlax. It's pretty face value, really, what a Snorlax provides, but just that he was worried that such a strong, bulky Mon was going to be readily available to most competitors. And he was a little surprised he hadn't seen one thus far in his previous matchups here. But Snorlax was another thing he had hesitation to, and that lick fast move that is able to charge so
Yeah.
quickly, and you're able to spam that. I mean, the damage from it, it's certainly no charm, right? But uh,
Exactly right.
but regardless, you're getting so much charge from that specifically that again you get that body slam, that superpower out of Snorlax, and it becomes that kind of tanky Cantonian powerhouse that we see from a lot of those normal types. And that was something we had visited early on in the stream, is that a lot of those the typings that even switch to fairy sometimes, and a lot of those the mons that were kind of quote useless in the original Pokemon games have a really great niche here in the Pokemon Go side that we don't see in the mainline cartridge games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it in the battles that we've seen so far. Like something like Snorlax can just keep taking those hits and like keep throwing these just body slam spam, getting all of these moves off just so fast because Lick charging it up really good. You're getting those body slams off, but we are going into the first game here. Rambling Man up against Death, and we have, wow, we've got that
Case in
Wigglytuff
point.
up against the Snorlax. Here we are seeing normal type v normal type, one with the charm, and the instant swap out from the Lick Snorlax into a Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash really walling charm because of its steel typing, so we're swapping into Hypno now. We're seeing that Rambling Man has Shadow Ball and Thunder Punch on the Hypno. A little bit of, not the best moveset to have up against Alolan Sandslash, but Shadow Ball will definitely still do a fair bit if he can get it through. That is going to be what he's going for, but we are seeing an Ice Punch come in from the Alolan Sandslash. Doesn't do much because Hypno is another really tanky Pokemon. Getting 2 Confusions in, charging up extra energy, and already another charge move coming through. Presumably another Ice Punch, so not really expecting a shield from Hypno. And will we see the Shadow Ball come through soon, or will we see a bait, potentially?
That's what I'm looking to see, but it looks like he is trying to force some extra energy, but he is going to go for that Thunder Punch there. And of course, at max damage, we're going to be waiting to see whether or not he's able to bait a shield out. And no,
Ooh.
the Sand Slash is going to tank that, leaving them both with maybe a quarter, but we are going to able to use both charge moves back to back. So he's either going to be able to knock this Mon or force a shield out of his opponent there. And there is that first shield we did see come into play. So great showing from Ramblin'. And interestingly enough, both of these competitors have already shown 4 Pokemon collectively. So 6 Pokemon in total across this, and we've already seen conclusive pictures of all 4 of them, 4 of the 6 Mons rather.
Yes, the Hypno just not able to take out that Alolan Sandslash before another Ice Punch is coming through. Ice Punch charges up way too quick, and Rambling Man deciding to let the Hypno go down. If he decided to burn the shield, he would definitely win that one out. But decided to not lose the shield advantage. He wanted to keep even shields and is now going to bring in this Wigglytuff to get 1 extra charm of energy. We saw the Sandslash come in before to wall it, but this time was able to come in, get the energy, and Alolan Marowak comes in. The instant swap it into Alolan Graveler, trying to take this thing out with the Rock Blast and Stone Edge moveset that it's got as this charge moves, but Snorlax is going to come in instead, and Graveler is definitely going to be scared here. If Snorlax is able to get something like a Superpower or an Earthquake off, we're not sure of its moveset at this stage, but if it can get one of those off, this could be really bad for Alolan Graveler. Wigglytuff would have to then take out the rest of this Snorlax and then the Alolan Marowak in the back, so it'll just be a baiting game. Do we see a big move come through, or is there Body Slam bait? It's a Superpower, and he lets it come through. That is not good at all. It is now just down to Wigglytuff, has to take out the rest of this Snorlax, and is able to before a Body Slam comes through. It is now just Wigglytuff versus Alolan Marowak. This could really go either way here.
Absolutely. And we're going to be watching for this charge move to come through here. And again, I believe Ramblin still does have that 1 shield. He does. And so considering that there's still only, it's a 1v1 in the situation here, he is going to be using that shield, and it's going to block that Bone Club. So that does answer for us that he does have that raid exclusive move that we were alluding to earlier. But this is going to be a charm attack from Lickitung here. And then we're going to end up using our ice type charge move here as well. Going to be able to do considerable damage here, hopefully, but that is going to hit that last shield. So both opponents have no shields left in the entire stage. This is a Wiggly versus a Marowak.
And Marowak is just going to be going for these Bone Clubs because his other move is presumably a Ghost type move. Wigglytuff just needs to get to a charge move to be able to take this matchup out. And it's 1 charm away, but Marowak gets to the Bone Club first. This Bone Club will be taking out the Wigglytuff, and this is going to be GG's. Death is going to take this one out. Knocking at Death's door, old Rambler Man is, and it has gone down. So Marowak, Bone Club is that non-raid exclusive move. Shadow Bone is the raid exclusive move.
Shadow Bone.
But Bone Club, yeah, there's no reason you would go for a Ghost move up against that normal type on the Wigglytuff. Really just forcing Marowak to go for those Bone Clubs, which isn't a great move. But it really does add up, especially we can get them off fairly fast. And obviously we saw it able to take out that Wigglytuff there. So really just well played on both parties, I think, there, especially the kind of quick swaps, the landing of the Superpower from the Snorlax onto your Alolan Graveler. That was that was definitely very unfortunate for Rambling Man there, losing an entire Pokemon again to just 1 quick move, all based on that shield. But he just didn't want to lose that shield advantage going into that final matchup in the back. Thought that it might be a Body Slam bait, but unfortunately, yeah, it was going to go through.
Yeah, I think we could have known, considering how long that Snorlax had been out, that it potentially had the charge, the more powerful charge move charged up and ready. But again, that's that 4D chess that you can't really anticipate. It's exactly one of the things we see trying to bait out a shield, or in this specific matchup, it was completely in the favor of Death when he was able to effectively bluff that he was using a different move there. So brilliant play on his part. I do really like, though, that this matchup was not a unilateral shutout. We got down to 1 mon apiece for both teams here. All shields were burned. Really glad that as we're getting into the top 16 here, this isn't just a direct shutout. And I do think it is pretty funny that Ramblin was pretty aware of himself. It seemed like his fears were actualized in that matchup there. Both the Marowak and the Snorlax that he had alluded to being potential weaknesses for him did come into play there. So very good awareness for him, but did not awareness does not necessarily make the victor regardless.
Yeah, but here we are going to game two, and we're seeing that Snorlax again, this time up against Hypno, which is really bad for Rambling Man. These licks going to be doing super effective damage, swapping out of there into Venusaur, and
Mm.
we're now seeing the Venusaur versus
Oh.
Alolan Sandslash. This is so bad for Venusaur, so bad. These Powder Snows going, just doing super effective damage. Ice Punch is going to come through fairly quick, and Venusaur is not taking any of it very well. Oh dear. Freeze Flea does go through, does do about half of Alolan Sandslash's health. It was not a total lockdown of a matchup, but Alolan Sandslash is definitely going to be outpacing the Venusaur, able to get to his Ice Punches faster than Venusaur can get to its Frenzy Plants. So it will be taking this one out no matter what, unless Death decides to burn no shields and Venusaur is just going to burn all of Rambling Man's shields, then it may work out fine. But we'll just have to wait and see, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the shield could come into play here, and that would keep the Alolan Sandslash. But it looks like he is willing to tank that here. Is it would not have knocked him otherwise. But we're either going to need to see the shield or see Venusaur tank this hit and being willing to forfeit his character. And it looks like Venusaur is going to hang on with just a little shred there. But unfortunately, it does finally fall, and we're left between Hypno, excuse me, and the Alolan Graveler. So we have that Rock Electric typing potentially in play as well. We do see another attack incoming. Hypno in far better health, but Alolan Sandslash able to use its charge move.
Yeah, so we know that Alolan Marowak is hanging out in that Snorlax is in the back for death, potentially Alolan Marowak as well. And Hypno is really not going to be doing very well in that matchup at all. So it's a bit of a game of how much does Ramblin' Man really want to save this Hypno that might not be doing a very good job up against that Snorlax. So down goes the Sandslash, expecting that Snorlax to come in here because Shadow Ball is going to be doing nothing. So it'll just be Thunder Punches for the Hypno to be throwing. Letting the timer go down. Here is that Snorlax. So going for the Thunder Punches now. He has a lot of energy ready to go. Can get these Thunder Punches off back to back for sure and just put a bit of pressure onto this Snorlax. Maybe the opponent thinks it's a Focus Blast and burns the shield, but no, they're going to take the risk, let it come through, and the instant swap out into Alolan Graveler. And we're now seeing the Alolan
Nice.
Graveler versus Marowak. This is the matchup that they wanted before. They tried to get this matchup, but Alolan Marowak swapped out. So it'll just be about can he get these charge moves off onto Marowak?
Absolutely. We've seen really brilliant swap outs from Death, but it does look like for the first time it is going to finally favor Ramblin' Man here. And is exactly as you said, we're going to see that super effective damage coming into play, of course, with that Fire Ghost typing on Marowak. We do see also a shield opportunity here, and that is going to happen as well. We are going to be blocking that damage coming onto our Alolan Graveler here. And he's going to be going for another super effective move that is either going to take Alolan Marowak down to a shred of health or take him out entirely, if not blocked. But it looks like we are using that shield now, and both competitors are left with no shields in play at all.
Yeah, so that Snorlax is still in the back. Even if this Alolan Graveler were to
Oof.
go down, it would just yikesies. Is going to be able to get a charge move off to take out that Marowak, but then doesn't have a lot of a lot of stuff to throw at that Snorlax, right? Alolan Graveler pretty low. Hypno in the back pretty low. Hypno does have a Thunder Punch ready to go, I believe. So we might potentially see that come out to good effect, but Snorlax are going to get a Body Slam off to take out this Alolan Graveler. Does not want to get hit by another charge move at all. Probably aware that Rambling Man has that Thunder Punch ready to go on Hypno. So we'll just have to see. It'll be a little bit of a game of whether we see it go the right way. Thunder Punch gets off. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get to another one. Those super effective licks are going to be coming through from the Snorlax. Can Snorlax potentially get to another charge move as well? Thunder Punch not doing very much. Needs to get into another Thunder Punch. I think, unfortunately, Snorlax going for the charge move, going to secure this matchup, and Death taking it.
Yeah, genuinely, nothing but credit to Ramblin' Man for his foresight leading into this series, being aware of what his weaknesses were and choosing to move forward with different mons. But congratulations for Death. That was a very decisive 2-0 victory from him, and exactly what we had thought we were going to see that Snorlax and that Alolan Marowak, his fears were actualized.
Yeah, unfortunately, even knowing your weaknesses isn't quite enough to be able to overcome them. What just wasn't able to land the kind of right things up against the right things. If he had something, for example, like he didn't have a Machamp on his team, and if he used that, then it could potentially do well up against the Snorlax, for example. Just wasn't able to kind of line things up correctly. It did get really close there, especially in that last game where it was just, so close to be able to getting there, but just wasn't able to get there in the end. And in that first battle, especially, it just went south. That superpower coming through. There wasn't anything like that in this game. It was more just a sort of war of attrition, I suppose. And Snorlax was able to come off on top, getting those licks to get that Hypno out of there before Hypno was able to get to that Thunder Punch. Although it was still super well played on both sides for sure.
Absolutely. And guys, again, thanks to those competitors, that was Ramblin' Man and Death, just both making it into the top 16 for these brackets here. I know we have the this top 16 already set up in our bracket play here, and we're going to be able to jump into another match very soon. I know that that was one of the things during our multiple wild tiebreakers that we were having to break through off screen that production was setting up to immediately transition into another game. So, although we do have to jump into a quick BRB, we're going to thank Ramblin' Man for sharing his POV with us and then move forward. I am going to throw us to that BRB, and we should look forward to moving faster, or moving forward rather, a lot faster than we did previously. It looks like a lot of these competitors were alerted by staff that we would be needing them to share screens into Discord, so we'll be able to replicate what we had here. So we should have some more good matches for you guys right when we come back. So thank you. Alrighty, guys. Thanks for waiting with us. We're back with the Nexus League $1,000 Kanto Cup, and I'm joined by my cohort from over the seas, Mr. PvP Steve. And
G'day,
we're going to
g'day.
be jumping into another later top 16 bracket. This is going to take us for Rise to Occasion versus Valor Ash, both who have made incredibly aggressive sweeps through both the pool play and their previous match in the series. Rise quickly defeating Polymers and Valor Ash taking a 2-1 against Curado Chip. So again, anybody making it into this top 16 is an otherwise notable competitor, but these guys making very quick work of their bracket on the way up here. This is a super tough one to pick, but Steve, if you had to lean on one side, where are you going?
This is an impossible matchup to pick. It's just so hard. Valarash is just an OG. He was one of like the best battlers at the very start when PvP started. Valarash was like one of the top players, like OG, total gun. And Rise to Occasion is I think a more recent rocket up, Mazer Gaming. Just these two are just huge. This is like kind of a bit of an old guard versus new guard type of matchup, and I'm really
Okay.
excited to see it either way. It could seriously
Okay.
go either way.
That's fantastic. I'm picturing an immovable objects meets an unstoppable force kind of thing.
That is
It's kind of,
exactly what is
yeah,
going on
Titan
here.
versus Titan. This is exactly, we were talking off screen, guys, for those of you in the chat. We were talking about some of the matches that we had thought were upsets and some of the matches we had expected to move forward here. And there were some names that were newer to us that we were surprised about, like for instance, Death taking that victory over Ramblin. That one was more of a hard pick for us, but seeing Rise and Valor move through this list was no surprise to either of us here. The question, of course, again, is who of the two of them really can move forward here? Because somebody's gonna win this realistically, and it's a best of three, so somebody's coming out on top.
I don't
I
know. It could
really
be
doubt.
they could just constantly tie, tie, tie. You never know.
Yeah,
You, you never know. But I think every one of these matches is going to come down to some really impressive swaps, some impressive bait, some impressive just energy management. There's going to be some very impressive moves. I'm certain that we're going to see
absolutely.
here.
And this is when we're getting into that higher tier strats here. I'm gonna actually look really quickly and see if I can take a peek at what Rise's list of Pokemon's gonna be. So the six that we do have available for him, we're gonna have a Snorlax, a Hypno, and a Alolan Ninetales, a regular Ninetales, a Shadow Machamp, and a Lapras. So the diversity on that team is not as much as we've seen otherwise, but we do have that bulky like a Snorlax S that we could lead with. But it looks like we're going to be leading with Dragonair here actually, and he is going to be doing some damage to that. I believe is a Raichu on the excuse me. That's going to be a
Hypno,
Hypno
hypno.
on the opposing side there. And it looks like Valor's POV is a little bit blurry here, but we are going to see whether or not they're going to be baiting out that shield. And it looks like, yes, that shield is going to come into play to block that move. And we did see a sneaky fast move get through right before that shield as well.
Now I'm not. I couldn't quite read it. It could have been a fire punch, potentially. But either way, it did get a shield from Dragonet in case it was that ice punch. Ice punch would definitely do a lot of damage there. Aquatail getting shielded from the Hypno's end as well. This could kind of go either way. Is Dragonet going to shield? Because if Dragonet does shield, does decide to shield at the
Mm-hmm.
very last second there, deciding to get charging up a lot of energy. Has an Aquatail ready to go. Going for the Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse, I think, will take out Hypno if it goes through here. So it'll be completely up to Rise whether Rise decides to shield or not. Do we see the shield?
We
It's the
do.
shield.
We do. So burnt quite a bit of energy there, but the good news is we are able to farm up a little bit more, but I believe that is going to be Dragonair taking that fall there. We're going to be swapping into the shiny Hypno, so the shiny shadow counterpart that you were alluding to earlier, Steve, with the wonderful red eyes and the purple smoke. This isn't a very interesting matchup considering that Hypno has such a huge move
Ooh.
pool, but what a move to tank for Hypno. That took 2/3 of his health away, and it looks like he is going to be able to fast move away that opponent there, but Hypno is left not in a very good space, considering how much damage it took from that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, Valrash in a very rough spot here. Already lost almost losing a second Pokemon here. And a very interesting move there with a Psyshock on the Hypno. That is not something you see every day. Going to do a fair bit to that along the Ninetales and then swapping out into the Venusaur. Wanting to keep that Hypno for later on and not letting Ninetales get any farm on that Hypno. Weather Ball Ice is still going to do a whole bunch as we saw before, but potentially can get to a Sludge Bomb or even a Frenzy Plant might actually... Oh, the catch! Or the switch.
Last
Just
second.
these guys know exactly what's happening here. Able to catch the Frenzy Plant, knew exactly when it was going to come through. Eating onto a Shadow Machamp, which is going to almost get taken out, but now along the Ninetales is in the clear, is going to be able to get to a Weather Ball pretty easy. Could eventually Powder Snow down, just get some nice energy on that Venusaur. Here comes that Hypno, but there's already the charge ready to go. This is GG's. Rise to Occasion taking it on the Switch.
Absolutely. Brilliant, brilliant forcing in that switch here. And that is going to be the Hypno that falls, and that's going to close out that match there. Very good. And this is one of the things that you and I had talked about previously was that there was definitely a potential in the later rounds to see a lot more of the baiting and a lot more of even swapping into a shield and some of the mind games that go along with that. This is that truer high tier competitive where not only did you just raise Pokemon that were otherwise battle ready, but you really have that intrinsic knowledge. And that's exactly what we saw here. That was a great showing out of Rise.
Yeah, I mean, just he basically just threw away a Shadow Machamp, like just gone. It did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. All it did was eat a Frenzy Plant. And the thing is that Valarash couldn't really like, sometimes you would undercharge the charge move, do less damage so that you can farm up the rest of the Shadow Machamp to get some energy. But Venusaur was so low that it really didn't have the opportunity to do that. If you left any more health on that Machamp, it would just be taking your Venusaur out with more counter damage. So really rough spot for Valarash there. Can definitely play out of it with some different decisions here or there, but also really interesting moveset on that Hypno with the Psyshock.
Yeah.
Psyshock, I think I mentioned to you before that Psyshock is a very interesting move that you're not really going to see on Hypno at all. This is potentially like the first Psyshock I'm seeing on Hypno in a
Mhm.
long time. But Valarash deciding that it can definitely give him some versatility here. So I'm not sure what he's trying to hit with that. Potentially like a Shadow Machamp, if it goes through, it would do a lot of damage. But we are going in with a great matchup for Valarash with the Shadow Machamp up against the Snorlax. Instant swap out into the Alolan Ninetales here, which isn't even a bad matchup for the Machamp here. Can potentially go for this first cross chop and then swap out to potentially something else. So we'll just have to wait and see if Valarash is going to use his Machamp or if he wants to save it for later on for potentially that Snorlax matchup.
And it looks like we are going to hold on to him, but that shield is also going to come into play here. And it looks like we're waiting for a move to be decided. But that weather ball is going to be blocked. So we're going to forfeit some energy on the side of Rise here. And it looks like we're just going to be trading fast moves here. That I believe that Powder Snow charging up some moves there as well. And we have a potential for another shield. It'll be interesting to see whether or not we waste two shields in one go. But it looks like we are. So that's going to burn two weather balls for Ninetales. And it looks like Machamp does set himself up to even win this matchup here, considering that we're going to be at the full power of the what I believe is a cross chop here. And it looks like we're going to burn another shield. So in 3 turns, we've actually seen 3 shield burns here. And then Hypno is going to be swapping in. And I believe that was actually 4 shields that were burned as we see
Ooh.
the swap out. Yep. As we see it
Letting
underneath
the
the
Ninetales, I feel like Ninetales must
ball.
have had a charge move there ready to go, but is losing all the energy, potentially wanting to keep it all just for Snorlax itself and keeping that Machamp for later on. Knew that Machamp would have been taken out by the Ninetales if he stayed in any longer, so swapping it out to keep it for this Snorlax matchup later on, using the Hypno to kind of bait out this Snorlax. Lee going to be doing a lot of damage, but with these Psyshocks, Hypno's doing a lot. Potentially tried to swap to catch the Psyshock there, but he was just a little bit early. Has the Shadow Ball now ready to go. There are no more shields. This is going to land, and with the Shadow attack bonus, this is going to be big. This is going to be really rough as Rise 2 occasion here. Ooh,
Man, and
that's a lot of
losing
damage.
2/3. Yeah, losing 2/3 of its health and considering some super effective damage in there as well. Again, those fast moves not really doing that much here, but again, with no Protect Shields in play, every charge move is effectively a KO with health at this size. And case in point, there comes that Ice Punch, is leaving him with a sliver, but unfortunately, oh, it's actually, he was able to swap, I believe, at the last second there.
Yeah, who
I'm
went
not
down, but
entirely sure
Alolan
if
Muck
that was a KO.
Alolan Muck is coming in here, going to be able to snarl down the Hypno. Not going to be taking big damage from any of these charge moves, so can just kind of tank it away. And here will come once again the Snorlax coming in. Dark Pulse going to be thrown onto the Snorlax. Valarash looking in a really dominating spot here. Snorlax would have to take out both this Alolan Muck, which is no easy feature to be able to do, and then take out the Machamp in the back. So Valarash able to take out the second game, and now it's 1-1. This is seriously anyone's game here. Could really go either way depending on. I mean, it was different move selections, different shielding, different charge moves selected. It's a very interesting games.
Absolutely, and as you said earlier, that Psyshock was a really unorthodox run on that Hypno there. Would that probably be run in consideration of stab for Hypno? That would be a charge move and it would have stab, so you could get a considerable DPS. Is that the idea?
Yeah, potentially with. I mean, not only stab, but also this 20% shadow bonus. Like that Psyshock is
Right.
a really huge hit, especially when you get in those matchups where if you're up against a Snorlax, for example, which Snorlax we've seen again and again, it's a big pick in this cup. It's not Hypno can't really do much damage if it doesn't have Psyshock. So the elemental punches, tickle it a little bit, take down its health a tiniest little bit. Shadow Ball is going to be completely resisted. And then you've got Psyshock, which is, it's a pretty nice move. And we saw Valarash use it to great success there up against Rise. So it really went well for him, I think. So potentially I was a bit too harsh on Psyshock before, thinking it was an out of character move, because it might actually, obviously Valarash has a much bigger PvP brain than mine. He's got much more skill. He knows what he's doing. He knows that this Psyshock has a lot of play in the Kanto Cup. And I mean, yeah, he's proven it. He's proven it. He's done a really good job, I think.
Absolutely. And I think to lend to your previous thought, though, that at least the type coverage with Shadow Ball and with one kind of elemental punch can set somebody up for some kind of predictable type matchups. The Alola Ninetales, so you have an ice type, you could run a fire punch or something like that. If you were to fight a flying type, you'd have your thunder punch and so on. But yeah, I think a predominant amount of people probably pictured the same thing that you and I did, running an elemental and a Shadow Ball, and that was not only benefited by stab, but that's also a little bit of a mind game there. Because if you're going to choose to tank either a Shadow Ball or an Elemental Punch and an entirely different move comes through, that's that 4D chess that we keep alluding to. I mean, that's the thing that you can never really be sure about. So, and Valarash has swept otherwise throughout the previous pools and up through these matchups here. So, nothing but strong things to say. And the same for Rise. Actually, Rise has made a really dominant showing throughout his pools as well on the way up here. So, incredible. But I just got word from production that they're getting into their third match. So, we're going to be jumping right in. And Steve, I will let you take it away. Our battle know-how in the
We're
lead.
seeing Valarash with a much rougher lead here, with the Alolan Mark up against the Shadow Machamp. Shadow Machamp just seemingly able to always get into the right place at the right time. Whoever wins this matchup will be going through to the top 4, I believe. So
Mm-hmm.
going straight for the Sludge Wave, trying to do a lot of damage to that Machamp really early on, trying to get it through. Do we see the shield come up?
We
There's the
do.
shield. Did expect the Sludge Wave. If it was a Dark Pulse, it would have been totally resisted. But now Valarash definitely in a rough spot, hoping that shield might come in handy later on.
Absolutely. And that's the benefit here that we did see. At least we were able to burn one shield here, the attack coming in from Machamp. And that is going to hit. That's the cross shop that is going to take him down. We have the opportunity to swap into Hypno, and we do. It's going to be a Hypno versus Ninetales, but we're going to swap out once more into Lapras. So I believe the first time in this event that we've seen a Lapras really. And again, although not a normal type, a relatively bulky water type Pokemon here, and Ninetales is going to be using one of its charge moves here as well. And the good news for Ash is we do have 2 shields in tow. So there is a chance that we're going to be able to use one. But no, the Dazzling Gleam doing a considerable amount of damage, taking it below half health.
Yes, Lapras is charged up to the Skull Bash here, and unfortunately is going to have to see a charge move first before it can get it off. Presumably the Weather Ball, but if it is a Dazzling Gleam, it would be taking it out, and it was the Weather Ball bait. Really well played from Rise to Occasion there, but going for this Skull Bash, this will increase the defense of the Lapras, make it even bulkier than it already was. Could potentially swing the tides here. If it goes through, it does go through. Maybe Rise to Occasion was expecting the bait back after getting baited by the Ice Weather Ball, but now potentially might be able to hang on with a Sliver here and take out this along Ninetales. Will the Skullbash help its hang on? And it is just a Weather Ball, so it will definitely take on there with the Water Ice typing. Down it goes, has a bit of energy, and what is going to come back in?
Yeah, it's a great question. Looks like we're going to be swapping into the Machamp, and he's already ready with a charge move here. Curious to see which of the two that's going to be. I'm guessing for most likely a cross chop here, exactly. And that is going to be super effective and take out that Lapras. So although Valor does have one shield and his opponent Rise does as well, we're going to be down 2-1. This is going to be in the favor of Rise here.
Yeah, Hypno up against Machamp would be such a good matchup in the back, so he just needs to get through this Ninetales to be able to get there. But Ninetales charges up fairly fast because it has that Weather Ball, which is a really quick move. So potentially might be putting a little bit too much pressure onto this Hypno, but I do not want to underestimate Valarash here. He can certainly come out of anything. So throwing the first Psyshock here, Rise still holding onto one shield, so it may come out here.
It does.
There's the first shield, and then has another Psyshock, but goes for another Confusion. That could potentially be really rough here, depending on how much damage this charge move does.
Absolutely. And
Oh,
like you said,
no.
oh,
Oh, no. It's an overheat.
that was
Oh,
it.
man. GG's.
Yeah, I
Wow.
thought we were definitely going to see that Hypno versus Machamp. I thought he would struggle through and barely make it through that Ninetales, but no, that was Rise making a very quick uh, run through this as well. Nothing again other than props to these players here, but wonderful showing out of Rise here. I think his unorthodox, or maybe orthodox actually. Maybe you and I were less fast on the upswing here, but with his showing with the Psyshock move, they came into play earlier, and I do want to note that I was really happy that we got to see a Lapras in play here from Valor. Obviously, that made some play earlier and was definitely useful. And I like to see a little bit of diversity in these Mons, as this is, of course, restricted to 151, and you have to consider nobody's using really pre-Evos or anything like that. So you've got a relatively limited pool of Mons to be using here. So really great to see that bulky water type come into play as well. But wow from Rise, or wow to Rise, really. Just
Yeah, that was
phenomenal.
just it's really impressive on both sides. And like in that first matchup, we were seeing swaps play a major part. In round two, we were seeing swaps play a major part. And even in this battle, Pokemon was swapping all over the place. Shadow Hypno just could not stay in a second up against the Machamp. He was instantly gone. As soon as Valarash swapped in the Hypno, Rise was like, "Yep, Machamp's gone. I've already got another Pokemon out here." And it was just trying to follow that around. But unfortunately, he definitely could have thrown that other Psyshock that he had to take out the
Mhm,
Ninetales, and would then be up against that matchup against against Machamp. But
mhm.
potentially Machamp may have been able to get to a charge move to take out that Hypno regardless, because Hypno was getting fairly low there. So
Yeah,
it's not like it would have been a complete guarantee. He certainly could have made it look closer, but I think potentially he was trying to farm up some extra energy to be a little bit more prepared going into that matchup. Man, a Machamp matchup. That's a tongue twister in the back. But yeah, unfortunately, just wasn't able to get there before the overheat was able to come through.
that is exactly right, and Rise is gonna be moving on to play against Oscar Licious. So off screen, what we didn't see in round 2 of our, final, or rather round 2 in our bracket play here, Oscar Licious off screen took out, Chill FM. We had Rise take our victory against Valor Ash that we did see on screen. Uh, Death is still currently in a matchup against Tiny Boy, and we have Lion's Den playing against Vegito off screen as well. So it looks like our next matchup most likely is gonna be Oscar Licious versus Rise to Occasion, or the winner between Lions Den and Vegito playing the winner against Death and Tiny Boy. So, guys, those matches are set up as well, and we're going to be having the infrastructure set up again to pull one of those player POVs. So, we're going to go to that BRB screen and get us moving into this next matchup here. But it looks like no matter what, the people making it into the semifinals, one of the two matchups here is going to be Oscar Licious versus Rise to Occasion. And again, we're going to have that victor of Death and Tiny Boy against the victor of Lions and Vegito. So we'll have that on your screen as quickly as we can. The players are being very gracious and opting to share their screens into Discord, just like Valor Ash did. So we're able to bring more production and more matches for you guys. So please don't go anywhere as we get that ready. We will be right back with you as soon as we can. All right. All right, guys. A lot less of a lag time there than we have had previously in the series, courtesy of our friend Mr. Rise of Mazer Gaming. He's going to be moving on to place up against Oscar Licious. Now, that's the match that we're going to be jumping into, match 13, the semifinals. So, for those of you following along with the bracket, this is going to be round 3, match 13. And for those of you that need a little bit of a breakdown of where we're going, match 11 in the quarterfinals between Death and Tiny Boy is still going, and Lions and Vegito is still going as well. So the winner of those two matchups, this will be our top 4. We've already got 2 of them decided. So Oscar and Rise, they made it into the payout window. No matter where these players go from here, there's a check coming in the mail, right? And it's going to be the same for the victor of those 2 quarterfinals matches as well. However, you and I have competed, Steve. I've competed in FPS titles, you in Pokemon Go. I'm a really big fan of $10, right? I'm a huge fan of
Yeah.
$10. I'm a bigger fan of $500, right? Realistically.
Absolutely, absolutely.
None of these competitors are wanting to stop here. Everybody's looking for that giant prize. And we've got a $1,000 prize pool graciously provided by the sponsors at the bottom of the screen, Gamers Heaven, Store Dog, and we are powered for this broadcast by Facebook Gaming for the $1,000 cup. Now, we're going to be jumping in, like I said, we're going to have Rise's POV, so we're going to follow him from the previous matchup there. Excuse me. We're going to get his POV, whereas we had Ash in the previous matchup, and we're going to be swapping to Rise's POV here. He's going to be playing as Oscar Alicious, and we already have them loaded up as soon as they're ready to actually jump into their game. But this is an interesting one because I'm very familiar with Rise, as his org Mazer is a competitive org that we've seen kind of parallel to us in some of the other scenes that we're a part of. I am not very familiar with Oscar. Now, what does this matchup look like to you, and do you have much pre-existing knowledge of Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar Licious is a very good battler. He's certainly
Okay.
he knows his stuff. There is a reason that he's got to the semi-finals. It is absolutely no fluke, and he's definitely going to hold Rice's feet to the fire to make sure that whichever battler comes out on top here, they are going to earn it. I'm sure. So
Okay.
uh, don't let him fool you. He's got it.
Okay. Well, I mean, case in point, he's already in the payout, right? There's no fluke. You're
Exactly.
right. You said it exactly. There's no fluke that these guys got here. This guy didn't win 16 coin tosses in a row to randomly make it here. Like they fought their way through that. Meowth's lucky coin paid no heed here in
Exactly
this
right.
matchup here. But so we
And
saw
to yeah,
some interesting stuff from Rise previously. We saw we saw him play against Valor Ash previously, and we got a pretty good pick on what his team was going to be. Now, again, I was able to pull that up. So he's in tow. He's got a Snorlax, a Hypno, both versions of Ninetales, which I thought was interesting, a Shadow Machamp, and a Lapras. Now he's going to be matching up against Oscar Licious, and I'm going to be pulling his team roster here as well. He's got a Hypno, a Ninetales Alolan, a Marowak Alolan. We have a Snorlax, a Shadow Machamp again, and a Lapras. So hopefully I'll get my Lapras showdown here. And we've got a lot of Shadow Machamps, considering that we considering that we've seen a lot of Shadow types in here. It has been all Hypno and
Ooh.
all Machamp. Case in point.
And speaking of all Machamp, here we go. The Shadow Machamp versus Shadow Machamp. And Oscar is just straight swapping out into that Charm Alola Ninetales. That's a lot better matchup for Ninetales than that last matchup where it was a Powder Snow. Charm doing a lot of damage to that fighting type Machamp. Now going to be the Hypno up against Ninetales. Confusion doing a lot of damage. They're already down to half health before Ninetales is throwing this charge move, which is just a weather ball. Hypno, bulky Pokemon, can definitely tank it. Looks like he's charging up for that Shadow Ball, but which charge move is Rise going to go for before he gets charmed down here? Charges up to the double Ice Punch, and we are going for the Ice Punch, potentially a bait here. So it is all down to whether Osclicious shields.
That's exactly right. And of course, this early on in the game, burning a shield is huge, and it looks like we were going to do that,
Ooh.
and we're going to have the swap out here. So potentially, we're going to see that
That's it.
Machamp
He's
or
fainted. He's lost his
excuse me.
energy there.
Oh, he took that out. You're exactly right, Steve. That's massive. Right off of the rip, I expected a swap out right there, and no, we're going to be into that Snorlax versus the Alola Ninetales that is already powered up and able to use another Weather Ball. Is going to force Snorlax to tank that and be down about a third of its health.
But the swap out into the Shadow Machamp, trying to take this Snorlax down. Rise has that other Machamp in the back, but it's already been weakened. So no matter what Pokemon's in here, he's in a little bit of a rough spot up against Oscalicious. So we'll just have to see how it kind of plays out. Gets the first body slam off, and now his Machamp is going to be
Wow.
a little bit healthier. So has the 2 shields, able to burn the first one here, and now we'll be able to counter down if he chooses. Get the energy ready to go onto the Snorlax that is in the back. Snorlax into the back. That's on Rise's team. There's still 2 Pokemon on Oscalicious' side. So we'll see what does come in here. If it is that Charm Alola Ninetales, or if it is a third Pokemon.
Exactly right, and we're waiting with bated breath here. We do see that wounded Snorlax in tow, exactly like you said, and it looks like that Ninetales is coming out, but we're going to be going for that cross chop here, and I believe there is still one shield in play for both of these opponents here, so there is a chance that that's going to come up, and it
Ooh.
does. The shield is going to go there, but it looks like he was able to get that last second hit onto that Machamp, taking him out. So Snorlax versus Ninetales here, and we are left with just a thread and a dream.
Yeah, unfortunately, still with the shield and toe going down there,
Mm,
Rise was not able to take out a full Alolan Marowak with this Snorlax, no matter how good of a matchup it is, unfortunately. But that's how it goes sometimes. And I mean, some really interesting play there, I found.
mhm. Break down for me kind of what you saw because you definitely caught that KO there a lot faster than I did. To me that looked like it was going to be a swap out, and I think he caught him right before he did. So kind of break down how impactful that was because that set him a whole mon behind at that point early
Yeah,
on into that
exactly
matchup.
right.
Yeah.
So Hypno had the two ice punches ready to go. The first one went off, but unfortunately, a charm was able to come through before he was able to tap on the second one. The damage came through. Hypno went down. If he did get that charge move off, I think that he would have been in a much better spot, able to take out that Alola Ninetales, and then potentially get switch advantage, knowing what he's coming into, not forcing his Snorlax to be up against that Shadow Machamp. He was still able to get that body slam off, which was pretty big. Able
Mhm.
to flip it so that he could bring his Machamp in to take his Machamp down. So definitely played it really well, but well there. But unfortunately, just didn't really have the resources left to go to be able to take on a full Pokemon in the back from Oscalicious. Oscalicious really doing just a good job, kind of playing around again, switching to Pokemon where they needed to be, and just keeping that Marowak for later. So I'm expecting Rise to really adjust his team here, adjust his line of three to try and better prepare, knowing what Oscalicious might be bringing in. So yeah, I'm sure we'll see it play out a little different in this game too.
Absolutely, and I've got a nod to your competitive knowledge and your knowledge of these players here in this scene as well. I was of course a Rise fan, considering that I'm aware of Mazer from some other things we've done outside of the Pokemon Go scene. But Oscar really quickly taking a dominant lead here. The unsigned player, if you will. And I know we have a lot of orgs looking in, but we're gonna have a Machamp versus a Hypno matchup here. And I
Ooh.
don't know that we know the Hypno's move pool here, but we're gonna see that swap out into the Alolan Ninetales, and we're gonna see another swap into the traditional Cantonian Ninetales here. And he's definitely gonna have type superiority. We see that health burning quickly as we're gonna have a fire type Weather Ball and an Overheat waiting in tow. It looks like we're gonna be throwing the Weather Ball out here, and it's either gonna do considerable damage to that Ninetales or force a shield out of their opponent here.
Yeah,
Wow.
understandably lets it go down, knows that he was not in a good spot. Even if he burned a shield there, he would be losing that matchup eventually. So keeping
Mhm.
those shields for later when they may be a little bit more consequential, definitely the fair play. Deciding to bring in that Shadow Machamp, going for another Weather Ball here, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, it could be an Overheat, which would be huge, but I believe it was the Weather Ball there, which potentially will do a fair bit to the Machamp, but burning the shield. So Oscalish is down one shield, it's still 2-1. If Ninetales could get to an overheat there, it would be huge. But unfortunately, CMP type Machamp gets a charge move off first. In the same way, Rise letting the Ninetales go down, knowing that he was not going to be winning this match any way that any way you cut it, Ninetales was going to lose there. So keeping that shield for later on, and we're going to see the Hypno come back in, doing huge confusion damage. And again, Machamp's just running
Oh,
away left, right, and center. And this is such a good matchup for Rise. Snorlax versus Marowak. Lick doing super effective. Marowak not doing much with the charge moves, not being able to use Shadow Ball or Shadow Bone, has to use Bone Club. Really rough spot for Oscalicious here. It could be Rice's game to win back.
absolutely, and we're potentially going to see that superpower out of there. I anticipate really a body slam. I think in this specific matchup, as he's able to charge that quickly. But it looks like we do still have one shield as well. It looks like the Bone Club is going to go through. He's willing to tank it. Snorlax being the tanky hero that it is, and we're going to see both charge moves almost charged. Looks like we've got the body slam fully charged and the secondary charge move there almost full. And it looks like he's going to get this body slam off, and there is going to be the final shield that is going to be burnt. So no shields left in play for the opposing player. But Rise is, I believe, still left with one.
Yeah, and Rice has still got both shields as well.
Two
Potentially, he
shields.
was charging up so much energy so that he could get the Earthquake off, but just able to lick it down. And here's that Machamp. Machamp obviously in a pretty good spot up against this Snorlax, but when there's still two shields and that Hypno waiting, Hypno has been trying to get lined up with this Machamp for so long. Here is his chance. One confusion, and that Machamp does go down. Looks like Ocelot just stopped tapping there, knowing that he was going to go down. And Rise able to win that out, not only with two Pokemon still around,
But two
also both
shields.
shields, not
Yeah.
using a single shield, able to take Oscalicious down. That's huge.
I
Absolutely
almost didn't
huge.
believe my eyes, man. I had to take back seat to you on that one. I saw 2 and had to say 1. I was like, "There's no way this late in the tournament that we're gonna see somebody make it through without using shields." I thought my eyes betrayed me, but the man did it, swinging back at after a pretty convincing loss against Oscar for a pretty convincing win. Obviously, this is a best of 3 format here, so the victor of this following match is gonna go through. Now, I'm curious, I don't believe, and you can correct me on this one, in this specific matchup, we've seen the Laprases come into play yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have not seen the Lapras yet. Potentially still a little bit scared of the Machamps that are being
Mhm.
commonly used on both sides, as well as the Hypno potentially having a sort of Thunder Punch could do a fair bit of damage there. But I think the fact that both players have used Machamp in both battles, I
Both,
believe.
yep.
Yeah, so we've seen four Shadow Machamp so far. So Lapras could be a bit of a scary one to bring in. So
Mhm.
potentially we might not tickle your Lapras fancy in this last battle, but you
Absolutely.
never
Yeah.
know with these two battlers. Potentially
Yep.
Oscalicious might be too scared to bring Hypno in. You know,
Absolutely.
too scared to bring Machamp in now that he's seen that Hypno trying to follow that Machamp around. If you get that Machamp locked in, it could be good night, left, right, good night from the Hypno coming in. So, maybe Machamp runs away and Lapras comes in, but I don't think it's very likely.
Yeah, I think it's only like its only advantage in that specific matchup would probably be type wise against the Alolan Marowak in that situation where we could probably see a Surf or something out of Lapras there to do that additional water type damage against the Fire Ghost. But yeah, I think considering that it would have to fight up against a Machamp, that would be an otherwise kind of odd pick there. And you've got equally bulky Pokemon in like a Snorlax. You've got a nearly same bulk in a Hypno. Lickitung, of course, also being powerful in those specific roles. And I think we have seen Snorlax and Hypno on both of these teams as well. I do like the dual Ninetales though.
Oh, yeah.
From yeah, I believe that's on Rise's side. That was a really interesting one too, because of course the game doesn't say when they throw the Pokemon out whether it's a Ninetales or an Alolan Ninetales. So I saw the name and thought to myself in that one split second, what's going to happen there? And I was surprised. I think that's the first time we've seen on stream regular Cantonian Ninetales rather than an Alolan form.
Oh, we did see that overheat come through before in the earlier matchup that did do a huge amount of damage there, I
Yes, we
believe.
did.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but we're going into the final battle here. Whoever wins this
Mm-hmm.
single battle goes through to the finals of this entire tournament, playing for the huge cash prize. So we're just waiting for Oscalicious to kind of pick his team here. Oscalicious is going to keep us with bated breath to see what he's going to bring in. And here we go. Seeing the Snorlax up against the Snorlax. What is it with
Oh,
these two and bringing in the mirror matches? We saw the Shadow Machamp matchup before. Last time we saw Oscalicious drop out straight away from this matchup, but both of them this time deciding to stay in, potentially both having that superpower that they might be trying to land on the other. But you don't necessarily want to go for the superpower first. Superpower is going to debuff both your attack and your defense. So if you go for it first, you might be setting yourself up to get hit even bigger by the opponent. So letting this first one go through.
hmm.
And it is the body slam bait. What a call from Rise to Occasion there. Thinking this isn't gonna be a superpower. He tapped it first. This is not gonna be a superpower. And wow, what a call, because that does absolutely nothing. Whereas superpower gonna do a chunky amount of damage, but Oscalus does decide to shield there. So they have both made the correct choices. Oscalus is shielding the superpower, Rise letting the body slam come through. Rise going for the second superpower here though, and does go through. His attack has been debuffed because of that first superpower, but he's now double debuffed here. So we'll just have to wait and see how this matchup goes. Snorlax could potentially just go for a body slam here and it will do even more damage than we saw the first time around. There is the body slam. Going to do even more. Potentially, it could mean that Oscalicious actually has Earthquake on that Snorlax. We'll just have to wait and see on that one. But we'll see if Rice letting these Snorlax go here.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet we're going to see this Snorlax let go, and we're going to see exactly that. He's going to have the option for the Hypno or the Ninetales, and of course, we're going to be jumping in to that Ninetales here. Our dual fire type charge move Pokemon here, but Ninetales doing and making really quick work of that Snorlax's HP, and we are going to be using that charge move here as well. Now, it's going to be Weather Ball, and we're still potentially going to see a shield in here, but wisely he was willing to tank that and forfeit that Pokemon in the favor of keeping that shield up. Now, we do still have 2 shields for Rise and a singular one for Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar coming in with that Hypno. I'm not sure if we know the Hypno moveset at this point, but looks like Ninetales may potentially be going for the overheat. Going for the overheat. This is a huge nuke. It would do a lot of damage to this Hypno if it does go through. So it is just whether Oscar wants to burn his final shield or not. And we do not see the
Wow.
shield. Osclish is letting it come through. That is huge for Rise. Rise still with the 2-to-1 shield advantage as well. We're seeing the long Ninetales come in now. Hypno still in a pretty decent spot here. Able to get to that Shadow Ball and try and force another shield, but not going for it straight away. Charge is an extra confusion. Because it is a charm along the Ninetales, again, it is charging up energy a little bit slower than a Powder Snow variant. But Shadow Ball does Osclish now burn the shield. Finally burning the shield. Knows that Rise is ready to go for those nukes. And now using his first of 2 shields. We're not seeing Rise go with another no shield usage game.
Yeah, I think he kind of did all of the showmanship he needed to do in that previous matchup here. And he knows that there is, of course, more money on the line. So he is willing to struggle and claw his way in every way possible. But we are going to see another charge move come out of Rise on his Hypno here. And that is going to do considerable damage to this Ninetales. Whether or not it's enough to take it out, it is. That is going to be the Shadow Ball taking out that Ninetales. And he's going to be left fighting against the opposing Hypno here. And of course, letting his fall in tow as well. We are going to be left with that Alolan Ninetales set up in a great spot to take this fight here, considering we have one shield and a health advantage.
This is really scary. Letting the first one come through, knowing that it was going to be an elemental punch. There's not going to be any big moves here, and only has to get to potentially one more fire spin to take this out using his second shield. And I think this will be GG's for Rise, unless Hypno has another charge move stocked in back there, which you never know with these high level players. But yes, able to take out the Hypno, and Rise going to the final 2 over Osclicious. Absolutely huge. I mean, it wasn't a dominating matchup either. We saw Osclicious take that
Oh,
in the first game really well, and Valarash, Valarash, rise to occasion, able to adapt, overcome, and take the following 2 battles, take the best of 3, and yeah, take it out in the end. Just wow.
very much so, and that's something you see out of competitors that have been doing this for a long time. Of course, like Rise has. I think, as we had talked about, that he was kind of been around for a considerable period of time. His previous matchup, Valarash, being a competitive mainstay as well. All the folks that made it through this far into the tournament weren't here by sheer luck. Realistically, once you get into bracket play, pretty much everyone that got here by luck or by some fluke gets taken out in that first round here. And Oscar 100% deserved to be here, as well as Rise. But Rise taking a 2-1 victory to be our first decided person in our winners finals of this match. I'm going to look at this bracket off screen to see what has gone on. It looks like Lions Den took a decided 2-0 victory over Vegito in the match 12 quarterfinals as well. So we are waiting on the conclusion between Death and Tiny Boy to see our other semifinals match. Whether or not we're going to be able to see that on the screen is yet to be decided here, but that is going to move Rise to Occasion forward to be in the grand finals. So no matter what, Oscar's walking away with a paycheck today. All 4 of these competitors that are going to end up in this semifinals are walking away with a paycheck, but Rise is definitely going to walk away with a little bit bigger share for himself here of that $1,000 prize pool. So guys, we're going to see if we can jump into the Lions Den, or excuse me, the Lions Den versus the winner of Death and Tiny Boy. We're going to coordinate our efforts to see if we can get into that match and have that live streamed, and then we will transition most likely with Rise's POV right into that final grand matchup there. So thank you guys for bearing with us. Congratulations to Oscar. He's walking away with a paycheck there, and Rise is moving forward to end up with significantly more cash as well. Lions Den also cementing the fact that they're going to be getting some shared amount of this prize pool. But guys, we have one more semifinals and one grand finals match up. So you will not want to miss these. Don't you lovely folks go anywhere. Alrighty, guys. Once again, we are back with a lot less considerable of a gap between matches here. Previously on the screen, we saw Oscar Licious fall to a 2-1 victory to Rise to occasion, and Rise is going to be our first contender standing up there. We've all done it, right? We've all beat the champion in the VGC. He's there waiting. He's got a loaded six-man party, and he's ready to fight. And we're going to see if Death or Lion's Den is going to be the player to match up. Now, the good news is all four of these players previously mentioned are in the pay period. So these guys are walking away with some form of prize money today. Lions Den and Death are going to be our on-screen matches rather. Death, who I am relatively unfamiliar with. Lions Den, I guess PvP has done some research, and we have had some input from the community that Lions Den is relatively high on the Sylph Battle League. So if you want to tell us a little bit about what you saw from Lions and if you think that's going to make an impact here.
Yeah, so Lion's Den is very high ranked on the Sylph leaderboard, number 62 in the world, number 20 in the United States, because the US is just that stacked. I
Nuts.
believe he's almost at elite ranking, which is Sylph has got tiers. And elite is I mean,
Mm,
he's already ace ranking and almost has surpassed ace, which is huge. So he's it means that he's really knows his stuff in the bring a team of six, pick three format.
hmm.
So I'm definitely expecting a lot to come out of him in these sets of battles.
Okay.
Death, I'm not too familiar with. So I'm not sure if Death is going to wow our socks off. Just going to happens to be the Ash Ketchum of the world, uh, becomes the Pokemon Master. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm pretty excited to see these battles. But
Absolutely. And
I
that was
mean, yeah,
Death taking a victory previously too. Off screen, we saw Death take a 2-1 against Tiny Boy, who those of us who were working here in production had assumed was going to make a relatively far run throughout this tournament here. So seeing a name we're unfamiliar with take out Tiny Boy, who was recently partnered, and we wish him a lot of success in relation to that. That's so cool. It's just really surprising. But I just got word from production in my ear. I get to hear them, and you do not. Thank God you guys don't want to hear our production manager. But I have to do it all day, Steve. I love you. But we're going to be jumping right on board. That's going to be a Venusaur versus an Alolan Muck. So not necessarily the best matchup here. We've seen this previously where it was just two Mons kind of stacking up in odd ways here. We're going to see them both going for charges here. We're going to see the Sludge Bomb and the Frenzy Plant. We're both waiting, but there is going to be an incoming attack. That's going to be a Alolan Muck. Most likely going to get a Sludge Wave off here or a Dark Pulse. Not entirely sure. And there's the Dark
ooh.
Pulse itself. And that's going to be a considerable amount of damage onto that Venusaur and otherwise relatively tanky Pokemon. But he is going to answer back in turn, and we're going to see if we see the first shield of the game.
Yeah, Frenzy Plant, we've seen it before. It does about half health, so it does go through and is one Vime away, gets the second one off. I think Alolan Muck has the energy ready to go for another charge move, but potentially got a little bit too greedy there, thinking that another Frenzy Plant wasn't on the way.
Hmm.
Does get the shield from the Alolan Muck. Alolan Muck farming up even more energy now. Potentially
Wow.
planned to let that shield be burned so that he can get this extra energy. Throw another Dark Pulse, forcing Death to shield if he wants to keep this Venusaur around. Does decide to let it go down. Again, one of these cases where Venusaur wasn't in a great spot anyway, so it's not the worst decision to just let it go, bring in Snorlax to get some energy kind of farmed up here. So we'll see whether the Alolan Muck is going to go for a big sort of nukey move or if a Dark Pulse is going to come through here. If there's something super spicy like a gun, it is just a Dark Pulse, and we do see a shield come up there. Potentially Death a little bit scared, or maybe wanted to keep his Snorlax around for later. There is a potential for a Hypno coming in from the other side, so if that were to happen, you would want to kind of want to keep this Snorlax around, I suppose.
Absolutely. And of course, Snorlax farming up energy very quickly, but a considerable amount of damage on a very bulky Pokemon coming in on him. This is going to be the Body Slam,
Ooh.
and we're either going to see a shield come into play or this is going to take out that Alolan Muck here, and it looks like he is going to let that fall. Now, we do see on the bottom right of our screen here, there is going to be a Mew in play from Death's POV as well, so we'll see him later. We're going to be in the Alolan Ninetales, and we are already ready for another attack. That's going to be the Body Slam, and we're going to see if that connects again. We still have that one shield to burn there in favor of the opponent here, in favor of Lion's Den. And that's going to take Ninetales to right above that half health with one shield left on both sides.
Yeah, it was actually a trick. That is a Kanto Ninetales, the shiny form that just happens to
Oh, the
have
shiny!
the exact same look
Yes,
as the
it
Alolan
does.
Ninetales, but goes for that Fire Weather Ball this
Yes, it
time.
does.
Still able to take out the Snorlax. Didn't matter which type of Ninetales it was going to be taking that out with that Weather Ball. And here comes the Mew. Has the Surf ready to go, and this is where the Ninetales type will change it, because Surf will be doing
Hmm.
a lot of damage here. A Surf will is all that Mew needs to take it out. Does shield the Weather Ball there, potentially a bit scared of what might be coming out. And here's the Hypno. Death is a shield down up against Hypno, which could be really rough. Maybe he wants to try and get a wild charge off onto this Hypno, trying to burn a shield with this Surf. Because if he can get a wild charge through on this Hypno, oh, no shield. That is really unfortunate because now Hypno, if it has Shadow Ball, it'll just be able to go straight for that Shadow Ball, take out this Hypno, and that's going to be GG's. What? This Hypno must be getting so much energy ready to go. I'm not sure what is going on here because Mew getting another Surf off, and I think potentially has a second one ready to go back to back. There's the shield, and we are finally seeing the charge move from Hypno. If it's the Shadow Ball, it's total GG's here. Nothing to be done. And it is the Shadow Ball.
There it is.
Goodbye, Mew. Unfortunately, all of the energy that was farmed up is just not going to be able to save it there. Actually, potentially, this could be a little bit of an interesting thought, but potentially letting the Hypno take extra hits so that Mew would maybe show its hand, show another charge move to get a little bit more information for the future matches. Not sure there because that is perhaps a bit too risky, but still, Hypno able to get that Shadow Ball through and take out Mew in the end there.
I have to chuckle at the Ninetales because that is the second time throughout the tournament that I've been faded by a shiny Ninetales not being an Alolan Ninetales, although that purple is incredibly close to that ice blue that we would see on that Ninetales. So nods to the aesthetics on that one. But
I've been looking up in the top right to see the little type icons. That's true.
Yep. You're exactly right. And of course, playing in the VGC, I always feel like I know the typings of each mon, right? Based on visuals. And of course, I now have to second guess myself because you're exactly right. There's even type iconography there for it. But that's so funny that is 2 times throughout this event that has caught me off guard. But it looks like we got another word from production that they're going to be launching right back into their game here. We're going to be transitioning right on in. And Steve, I will let you lead the show here as you are our resident expert here and I'm the resident MC. So as soon as we get launched into that match, I will let you take the reins. But I'm curious to see which 3 these guys have lined up for the next matchups here.
Snorlax versus the shiny Kanto Ninetales here. I love that shiny little charm that goes off when it hops in. But this is another sort of interesting matchup. Neither of them is in a dominating spot. Neither of them is totally cowering in fear as to what the other might bring. Snorlax is potentially a little bit scared of a big nuke of an overheat from that Ninetales, but Weather Balls and Body Slams presumably just going to be thrown back and forth. And there's the first Weather Ball. Just going to be kind of chipping each other's health down, just kind of farming away. Here goes another Body Slam, or the first Body Slam of the battle, just trying to bring each other's health down. Snorlax is a bit tankier than the Ninetales, but I think Ninetales is also a bit faster getting to its charge move. So I think Ninetales potentially might have this one out, obviously depending on shields. Ninetales throwing at the perfect time there. Lion's Den knows his stuff. He knows the move counts. He knows how many licks it takes to a Body Slam. Getting the Weather Ball off here and does take out the Snorlax. I thought Snorlax might potentially hang on there with the Sliver, but no, able to take it out. And here is Mew ready to go with those Surfs.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And this type advantage is definitely in the favor of Mew, considering that we do have Surf. But again, Mew is not the strongest of Pokemon. Case in point, we got one Weather Ball taking it down to half, and Mew had just taken a little bit of damage from the fast moves here. And Ninetales is finally going to fall, and we're going to see the swap in here. But again, with a Surf and a Wild Charge, there is a potential for good damage here. We are going to be using that Surf here, and whether or not that Alolan Muck is going to shield. But realistically, I definitely think we can hesitate to block that, and considering that it's not super effective damage.
Yeah, was potentially trying to get a shield out of Lion's Den because there's still not been a single shield used here, but now goes, okay, whatever, we're going for the nuke. Maybe we can shield it here, maybe we can get it through. And we do finally see a shield, which is a little bit unfortunate for Death. He definitely was hoping that would go through, but now the swap into Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash not really caring about any of Muck's charge moves here, so you can pretty much just wipe it off and no shields required. Oh, actually does decide to use one. I suppose does not want to get caught in a case of going down with 2 shields, not knowing what was in the back, but it is the Lapras. Here he is for your Dragonite.
There's my Lapras.
The bulldoze, just trying to do a little bit of damage. Neither Pokemon here is really going to be doing too much to each other. It's a bit more of attrition, I suppose.
Absolutely, and I think Lapras as a Plesiosaur getting an honorable mention as a non-dragon type dragon type. I want to give a little nod to it. Maybe we get a regional variant that gives him some dragon typing there. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. We're going to see an ice versus a water type here, and so realistically, we're not going to see much damage. I think the war of attrition is a perfect way to describe that here, and it's gonna really fall down to the final 2 matchups here. I think no matter who makes it out of here, someone is going to be left with either a sliver of health, and one person's going to be left with 1 mon, and realistically, it's going to end on whoever has, of course, the final victor. We're going to see other Bulldoze come out of here, and again, just not considerable damage. Like you said, they're just going to be chipping away at each other. It looks like we were able to burn a shield in the favor of Death here as well. So I believe there was one, but that does catch it. Yep, it does.
Wow. swapping into the Mew to catch the Surf. It's just sacrificial swap there, throwing Mew away, ready
Smart.
for Lawrence just to come in, charge up a little bit more energy, and finally tries to get to the 2 back-to-back Ice Punches. Here we go, trying to get it.
Mhm.
He's still got a shield on Lion's Den side, so has to burn the shield with this Ice Punch and then get the next one through before Lapras's Surf goes through, which it may not be able to do. And we are seeing the Surf come through, unfortunately.
There it
This is
is.
going to take out Sandslash. Lion's Den taking this game, and Lapras doing the job.
Mhm.
You've got to be happy seeing this. I
I
mean,
do, I
Lapras.
do. Yes. That was a great catch, though.
Wow.
That was a great catch on that swap, though, for sure.
Yeah, really well timed. Just both of these players know exactly what they're doing. They know how many moves that each Pokemon's going to need to get to its charge moves. It knows, okay, he's tap, 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 tap. He's going to get the Ice Punch. Now, swap, catch, bada bing, bada boom, and just try and get that energy advantage back. But unfortunately, wasn't enough to take it in this case. Was really trying to pull any string possible. But yeah, again, just not enough this time.
Absolutely. My Plesiosaur love was able to give us some good content there. So that is going to move Lion's Den, our 62, I believe you said, on the Sylph battle ranker,
Yeah.
forward to be the other person in our grand finals. We're going to have Rise to Occasion of Mazer Gaming and Lion's Den with a 62 current ranking on the Sylph ladder. Those are no small competitors by any feat. And 100% competitors that we would expect to be, let alone top 4, but also in the top 2 here. So that's going to be Rise to Occasion and Lion's Den are going to be head to head in this next matchup here. And Rise was gracious enough to be willing to stream this final matchup here. So we'll at least have his POV for this final match. And we're going to direct swap. We're going to grab him back in here. And guys, we should be back up within just a couple of minutes for the final match of the entire tournament. That's going to be Rise versus Lion's Den. It's going to be a great one. We have slogged through a day of disputes and rulings, and we have made it all the way to the end with you guys. So please don't go anywhere. This is our final matchup. We would love to have you be a part of it. Guys, we have made it. We fought
We're here.
effectively the Elite Four. We've slugged our way through the champion's path, through the final cave. Not only did we battle through our Elite Four, this is now the champion effectively versus the returning champion
Dun,
in this regard. Yeah,
dun,
exactly,
dun.
right? Cynthia's battle theme starts playing. This is going to be Rise to Occasion against Lion's Den. So the player from Mazer Gaming competing in significant other Pokemon Go tournaments and in very high regard, as well as Lion's Den, as you previously noted, very high on the Sylph battle ladder as well. The only thing that you guys are going to be not seeing on screen that is being played off. So the losers in the semifinals, that was going to be Death and Oscar Licious. They are battling it out off screen to decide who is going to end up with third place. But again, I did want to give them some credit because they have earned their way through this gauntlet. But what everybody's here to watch is this final grand matchup. Steve, you know these competitors better than anyone. This is why you're here. What are your thoughts?
I'm shocked. I'm in awe. This is going to be so awesome. These two are like such top battlers. Like, not only is, Rise of Occasion just absolutely everywhere, dominating the Go Battle League, hanging with Mazer Gaming. He is also, I did fact check, number 16 on the Sylph leaderboard as well. So these are two
Oh,
just titans of the PvP community. And they're going to be going at it in some, like, I just know that there's going to be some seriously tight competition. It's going to be insane. We're going to see some crazy swaps, some crazy action, some crazy, you know, undercharges, whatever. Someone's going to somehow beat an Alola Ninetales using a grass type. I don't know. Something's going to happen. Guaranteed. But I'm here for it. I am here for it. Absolutely.
me too. And we're glad you guys are along for the ride. One of the things that I wanted to note, because of course, again, we come from communities outside of Pokemon Go. Oftentimes in the grand finals, we actually do a best of five here. It looks like some of the community members who reached out to opted to still do a best of three. So that means you get one chance. You get one map to lose, one match. That's it. 1-3 Pokemon run. And that's going to decide the difference between first and second place for these players. You have one shot, one opportunity. Our producer says into my ear is a less than subtle nod to Eminem. Very cute. I do want to break down the prize pool for those who are in the chat. We're going to see first place is 400, second is 3, third is 200, and fourth place is going to get 100. But Steve, you are the man, and I want you to lead this show in our final
Oh
match.
man, we are seeing the Water v Fire here. It is not Ninetales versus Grass type, as I said before. We are seeing it up against Lapras. Lapras in a really good spot here. And again, I do want to point out that this is a Kanto Ninetales. It's the Fire one. So we are going for the Surf. Going to do some really nice damage up against the Ninetales. So really good there. Actually letting it go through. That's really interesting. I'm sure Lion's Den, knowing that he was going to be able to tank that Surf, be able to get to these charge moves, potentially going to go for a nuke here. We may just have to wait and see. Burning the shield, expecting the nuke, and it is just the Weather Ball.
Nice.
Fantastic bait on Lion's Den part. Really unfortunate for Rise too. And not able to get this Surf off before charge me from Ninetales. Rise is going to be hoping that it is just a Weather Ball bait, but it is just a Weather Ball bait. So that is all good there. Going to be able to get a Surf off. And presumably, I'm not really expecting Lion's Den to shield here and just let Ninetales go.
Absolutely, but still, that was a decent bit of damage onto Lapras, and he was able to bait one of those shields. But we do go for the second, or excuse me, for the shield on the Ninetales there, though. Interestingly enough, maybe to see if Ninetales can get one more move off here, and it's going to be exactly that. Whether or not Ninetales is going to be able to do a considerable amount of damage and take out this Lapras, it looks like Weather Ball, and Lapras is gonna
Ooh.
fall.
Wow, we've seen Fire v Water here and Fire won out. This is exactly what I was talking about before. But we are now seeing the Ninetales v Ninetales fight. One of them's yellow, one of them's like a bluey, purpley, smoky sort of texture, but we are seeing the Weather Ball come through before going down. It is resisted, so not the end of the world, but we'll have to wait and see what Lion's Den decides to bring in. And it is the Lapras. So what is going on here? They've brought in the, we just watched Ninetales v Lapras, and we're now watching Ninetales v Lapras once again. Can Ninetales do the same thing? Come out on top, landing the overheat. That is definitely huge. And not letting it play out and going for the other Ninetales. The Rise to Occasion has brought in his double Ninetales combo here up against that shiny Hypno, and potentially going to go charging up to the Dazzling Gleam and now going for the Ice Weather Ball. This is going to really go either way. There's energy all over the place. There's health all over the place. I'm really interested to see what Lion's Den is going to do, what charge moves are going to come out here, and whether Rise is going to shield.
Absolutely, and I think previously in our matchup here that we saw with Lions playing against Death, I believe this Hypno is running a Shadow Ball Thunder Punch moveset here, and there's that Thunder Punch, so there is no Fire Punch coming through that would be super effective here, and that Ninetales is going to use its charge move as well, and it looks like that would spell certain death unless we see that blocked on that Hypno, and it's up to them. That is going to be a Weather Ball, and it does leave it with just a little bit of health left here. This could go either way.
Ninetales getting another charge move off. Is Hypno going to burn the shield? Does Hypno want to stay around, or is he happy to let it go? Happy to bring Lapras back in? Do you see the Hypno go down? So Lapras not very scared of this Ninetales at all. At this point, could probably farm all the way down. They're swapping into Ninetales, knowing that he was going to get farmed there, trying to play it any way he can. Rise burning his first shield, his last shield here. He only needs to get to one charge move and Lapras will go down. It's just a race whether Lapras is going to be able to get to its surf. It had the back-to-back surf ready to go. We've seen it before. This isn't going to one-hit KO the Ninetales, but Ninetales really going to be getting low here. Surf goes through. Can Ninetales get... Let's still a shield on Lapras' end, so this is only going to burn a shield, but can it rise to occasion, play around it? There is still that Hypno in the back. The Ninetales in the back, sorry, that is potentially going to make a showing, but down goes the Ninetales, and here comes Alola Ninetales, has the weather ball and throws it. Abel, this is going to take out the Lapras, and I think Rise to Occasion has just hung on with a sliver of HP. There is barely a HP on the screen right now. Weather ball going through and taking out Lapras.
No
wow, and
way.
this is the finals, folks. This is the finals. Incredible.
I am gonna have to reach out on behalf of Antimatter for another chair sponsor because I just tore off the arm of my chair gripping it. Like, that was unbelievable. There were 6 times in that match that I thought Rise was gonna take the loss right there, and every single time, no pun intended, but I'll let the namesake be credit for me. He rose to the occasion and was able to defeat the opposing battler here. That was this is a gauntlet. This is an absolute gauntlet between these two players. That was unbelievable, and I happen to love the Ninetales combo from Rise
It
here.
worked. It worked. We saw the double
2
Ninetales
times
come
back to
out on
back.
and I mean, what is it with the Ninetales versus Lapras matchup? Ninetales, I don't think
Yeah,
it's
how does that
supposed to
win?
be a Lapras counter, but it's managing to do a good job. Ice Shard as a quick move, just not doing very much damage to Ninetales. Able to get these surfs off, but not as fast as Ninetales can take it out. Absolutely incredible. And Rise is now only 1 game away from winning this entire Nexus League $1,000 Kanto Cup. 1 single battle away.
1 win.
It's getting close.
I said it. You only get you only get to trip up one step. That's it. And if any other mistakes, that price pool goes to the opponent. And that would, in the way that we're set up, this looks like Rise is going to walk away here. But again, in the same vein that you only get one opportunity to make a mistake, that's only 1 loss realistically. A reverse sweep in a best of 3 is definitely not unheard of. And Lions could absolutely come back for that. Not only brag on the Sylph battle record that she beat number 15, I believe you said it was, but I think the cash is a little bit more convincing than a digital battle record anyway. So I'd be
extra 100
content to
bucks
be
is
60. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and walk away with an extra $100 of the cash prize here. I think production said that they are just about to jump into our match, so we're going to be jumping in as soon as that is possible here. And I'm curious now that we've seen some of these Pokemon, if we're going to see Mon swaps or not. Because of course there's that 4D chess, and you know better than I do as a battler in this franchise here, that it could be the biggest bluff of the century to run the exact same 3 Pokemon. But again, you are the shot caller and I am the MC. Take it away, Mr. Steve.
All right, we're seeing that Snorlax up against Lapras. It is bulk v bulk here. Not seeing the Ninetales versus Lapras here in the lead for a change. Snorlax is going to be doing a lot of damage if it can land the superpower. So he's charged up here, goes for the body slam, trying to bait a shield out of Lion's Den. The question is, are they going to burn a shield? Do they think Rise would use the superpower that early? And they do not. They call it. They knew it was going to be a body slam. Not going to do too much damage to that Lapras. Lapras charging up a lot of energy here. Might be going for the Skull Bash, in which case it would do a fair amount of damage to this Snorlax and buff its defense, as we went over before. But we do see this Skull Bash come through, going to do so much damage to that Snorlax, but now maybe forced to try and go for the Hail Mary superpower to try and take it out. Goes for the body slam, really trying to get a shield out of this Lapras any way he can. Potentially hang on for another body slam, but Snorlax is getting really low at this point. And there's the shield, thinking it was a superpower, and wasn't quite going to get to that superpower. It goes for the body slam. Are we going to see a second shield come from the Lapras? It could be here. 2 shields.
Huge.
They've fallen for the double body slam bait. Rise to occasion. Now has the 2-0 to advantage. Wow. And now we're going to Lapras mirror match. This is your heaven, right? Lapras v Lapras. Seeing a whole lot of
Sure
Lapras action.
is. That's exactly right. I mean, again, as we did talk about earlier, this is effectively a water type versus a water type with some ice type attributes as well. That Skull Bash came in again. And so, interestingly enough, of course, that the opposing Lapras, the Lapras for Lion's Den, now has significantly buffed defense. That's 2 full buffs that were on Lion's side. So although this is Amon versus Amon and Rise's Lapras came in with more health, is forced to fight an otherwise strong Pokemon, but it's going to get a Skull Bash off of its own, come out the victor, and walk away with a defense buff as well to fight this Hypno. But what we do know is with this Hypno, although Rise still has 2 shields to block these Thunder Punches, that there is a super effective move in tow with that Hypno.
Yeah, I think he was trying to catch the Thunder Punch there onto Ninetales, but unfortunately it
Mhm.
did not happen there. Lion's Den was ready to go for that, and Rice starting to burn the shield correctly on the Shadow
Nice.
Ball. What a great call there. And now they swap into the opposing Kanto Ninetales with his 5v5 here, but Rise to Occasion, not only has he energy advantage, has that extra fire spin of energy, but also has a shield advantage. So really can play it exactly how he wants to play it here. What is Lions Den going to do here? They're just going to go for a Weather Ball. They go for the Psyshock. So we're seeing a Weather Ball
Oh.
Psyshock Ninetales here instead of the Weather Ball Overheat. Definitely nice to have that other type coverage and doing a nice bit of damage to that Ninetales as well. This is, again, going to be a little bit of a war of attrition, though, and I'm not sure which way it's going to go. Ooh, that's not doing much at all, to say the least.
That moveset diversity really coming into benefit for Lions Den. In fact, it's going to force that shield out on that Ninetales here. So very impactful. That's the second time throughout this tournament a Psyshock has kind of caught us by surprise, realistically. I appreciate that Lions went for a much more diverse moveset, and that Ninetales, I believe, was swapped out as the last segment. We're going to see Lapras go for that Surf here, and there's no shields left on for Lions here. So most likely the Surf is going to take out that Ninetales, and it does exactly that. This is a 2-to-1 Mon situation, and Lapras being the bulkster that it is going to get a little bit of damage off, and it may get that Surf, and it looks like it is going to do just that. With no shields in tow, that Surf is going to be able to do damage to that Hypno.
This is going to be a CMP type situation. Can Hypno or Ninetales get the move off first? And it's Ninetales. I think this overheat is going to take it out. If Hypno were to get CMP there, it got its charge move off first. It would be taking out the Ninetales and taking out this game. But instead, the Ninetales able to get the overheat
Wow.
through on the CMP tie, taking out the battle and taking out the entire tournament. Rise to occasion, the victor, the champion. And wow, has it been a well fought road to victory.
Absolutely, but that was a smooth run through an otherwise incredibly equally skilled opponent. Rise doing a great job of showing that he literally is the best in this specific Kanto Cup. There will be no questions in this Kanto Cup that he is king of this dojo, and you will bow to
Like
the
no one
sensei,
ever
and that's
was.
exactly what's happening there. Absolutely brilliant showing out of him. Great showing on the other hand out of Lions as well to stand toe to toe with another titan of the Pokemon Go industry. So incredibly impressive, and Lions is going to walk away with the second place prizing here. I do want to check to see whether or not a victor for third place has been decided, and it looks like Oscar and Death are still in their match. Almost 20 minutes on the match timer, so it looks like that could go either way as well, and we'll be able to report on that relatively quickly here. I would like to, of course, thank all of our participants here. Um, and you as well, Steve. I mean, the Pokemon Go community has been incredibly gracious, and you were nothing if not a phenomenal teacher and an educator, and gave me the knowledge platform to be able to stand up here and do this with you. So, on behalf of myself and Antimatter, thank you for joining me, Steve.
To be honest, it has been an absolute pleasure. And I just like to teach. I actually enjoy that aspect. So it was really nice to kind of get in there and do that as well. But it's just been a pleasure from start to finish being able to be a part of this. It's a huge event, as I said before. And like on behalf of the Pokemon Go community, like I really do want to kind of thank the Nexus League, Antimatter Gaming for bringing this to us, powered by Facebook Gaming and the sponsors as well. It's really been an awesome event. I've just loved every second of it. But I think we are going to be having a little bit of an interview with Rise to Occasion here,
Hmm.
the champion of the Nexus League Kanto Cup. So
Exactly. And Rise, you are in and on the live stream here. I know this was impromptu, but how do you feel? That was a decisive 2-0. How you feeling, man?
Thanks, guys. I'm feeling good. Thank you for putting on this event. It's kind of funny that I managed to win in the end because there was a while ago there was a Kanto themed comp that Daniel Naiziri, a fellow
Mhm.
content creator in the community, put together, and I actually got outed in the first round, and so
Jeez.
to come into this one. Um, and to be able to pull off a win against a lot of top level battlers is pretty cool.
Absolutely. I have to ask, considering that Ninetales tripped me up multiple times in this, that damn shiny form definitely caught me off guard there. That looks exactly like an Alolan. But I believe you were one of two or the only competitor to run double Ninetales. What was your thought process on that one? Was it type coverage or was it a bluff, or where were we going with that?
So I spent a little bit of time thinking about my team. I had like the core that I wanted, and it was just kind of like those last couple odd pieces. Like, do I pick Ninetales as a fire type, or do I pick a little bit Marowak instead? And I liked Ninetales because I knew a lot of people were going to be running Snorlax. and Ninetales can beat Snorlax versus AWAC really struggles against it. So I liked that matchup. And with the overheat, the move set. So I actually with Ninetales, I would run Psyshock, but
Mm-hmm.
in the Go Team Up tournament, I actually lost the game because I got surprised in the end by an overheat Ninetales, and and I
Okay.
had figured, that was a pretty cool move. So I decided that like that kind of nuke type of move, overheat, can really come in handy, and it definitely did over the course of the tournament.
Absolutely. And Steve, I know you are far more knowledgeable than I. I know you've got a couple questions as well. Go right ahead. We have him ready to interrogate. He's now our captor, or our captive rather. So go right ahead.
I mean, right, the final matchup. Like, how did you kind of pick your team of three? Because a lot of people that are kind of watching, they're a little bit not as familiar with the sort of competitive scene of Pokemon Go. How did you kind of go about picking your line of three against that last line of three, knowing that this is the finals, this is all riding on this. This is
Yeah.
another really strong competitor. What kind of goes through your head to be able to pick that lineup?
So my play style is all kind of focused around a safe swap, and I realized that
Mm.
my Kanto Ninetales was a really nice safe swap against his team. So I felt pretty confident going into this matchup just for that reason. Because if you look at his team, let me pull up the spreadsheet again. But if you look at his team, Venusaur, Wigglytuff, they both struggle against Kanto Ninetales.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Ninetales Mirror, you got Hypno, Muck, which are pretty neutral matchups against Ninetales, and then Lapras, which you might think Lapras being a water type with access to Surf, it would be good against Ninetales, but in reality, if you commit shields, the fire spin damage adds up, and you can actually win that matchup as the Ninetales and like the 1 and the 2 shields. So um, that was kind of my main style, was just pretty much Ninetales safe swap and 2 Pokemon around the Ninetales that covered the rest of his team pretty well.
Absolutely. Steve, do you have anything else in closing for us?
That is all I've got. I'm sitting here in awe. Like, Rise, you were just such an amazing battle. It was amazing being able to watch you through these last couple rounds, just dominating really well. Like, just
Mhm.
it's just impressive the level of knowing your matchups and knowing what can take what. The energy management, the preparing the charge moves for later on, having that overheat ready to go into Hypno. You must have been sweating in that last match so that you could get your overheat off before Hypno could get a charge move through. Like,
Yeah, I was pretty confident that I was pretty confident that overheat that my Ninetales won CMP in that matchup, but I wasn't 100% sure, and I was definitely sweating. Like, oh, what if when I aggressively swap and throw this Surf, then like he CMPs and then that Surf goes to waste, then I'm kind of screwed. But it worked out in the end. It's a game that I think there's there's a large like skill and knowledge base required, but there's definitely a major luck factor in this game, which I was fortunate today to be able to pull it off.
being
Absolutely. Well,
humble,
in
of course.
closing, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, in closing, one of the most humble competitors we've gotten to work with, but in the interest of the opposite of humility, right? In the interest of bragging rights, I have one question for you. I want you to give me a plug for your content and for Mazer Gaming. Give me a one-off elevator on it.
Yeah, feel free to follow me on Twitch and on YouTube. On Twitch, my username is Rise to Occasion. On YouTube, it's Rise to the Occasion, and also my Mazer teammates. I have the privilege to team up and battle with some of the best battlers in the world. Dunebug's currently ranked #1 on Sylph, and we're teammates. Also, Panic, Speediest Chief, Ali Lucky, Math Magic, Gucci Gang, Purple Kyogre for the battles. Who am I missing? Marto. There's so many great people part of our team. I hope I didn't forget someone in there. But
I'm thinking through. I feel like there's
Me
some name
too.
out there that I can't think of, but
That's right. But guys, that was Rise to the Occasion, or Rise to Occasion in this specific situation, from Mazer Gaming. So one of the things that we've operated on as Antimatter is trying to bring in more viewers and more battlers and more brands into Pokemon Go as an esport, because you guys, we have the fortune to come in on what I would call the ground floor. There is so much groundwork that was laid, but nobody's really built off of it yet. And that is one of our goals as both a company that does full scale production and as a tournament operator. So we hope to have you guys along with us for the ride, because you guys being in the car is kind of the whole reason of having the ride. I'm going to double check off screen to see if we have a conclusive victory. And it does look like Death took the victory over Oscar Licious. So that's going to be Oscar with 4th, Death with 3rd, Lion's Den with 2nd, and our man on the screen in the center, the biggest camera angle, Mr. Rise to Occasion, is walking away with 1st place. Guys, on behalf of Antimatter, as a caster and honestly, as a fan of Pokemon as a franchise, this was wonderful. Steve, do you have anything in closing for us?
No, I'm really thankful to have been a part of it. It's been a real good time. And congrats again, Rise, of course.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, Steve. Steve's one of the few content creators in the Poke community that really focuses on Sylph content, which is really cool. And he's been a major part of the reason why something like this is even happening and the Pogo PvP scene is growing. So I appreciate Steve on here as well. He always does a phenomenal job. I love his energy too, with the Australian energy.
Yes. The Crocodile Dundee of Pokemon. I said it first, but guys, that is going to close our show out here from Antimatter. Thank you guys all for being a part of this, and I do want to thank those sponsors one more time. That's going to be Gamers Heaven, the LAN center that is franchising and may be coming to a place near you. They have been very gracious in hinting at an opportunity that we may be able to host a Pokemon Go LAN with also full-scale production at their facilities in the future. We have done many tournaments with them, Rogue Company, Halo, you name it, as well as Swordog, the apparel company, who has kept us decked out in some pretty nifty threads. Maybe wink, wink, nudge, nudge, this pretty cool Nexus League t-shirt that I got to help design as well. So thanks to the designers for that, and Swordog, our apparel company. And lastly, to our biggest sponsor, we are powered by Facebook Gaming for this broadcast, and they graciously provided the prize pool and the platform for us to do this for you folks. So much love to everyone involved. Rise, congratulations. And Mr. PvP Steve, thank you for joining me today. That'll be it from us here at Antimatter.